was bullshit.
Step right up, got tickets on sale. In today's episode, trains coming off the rails. Watch it all burn from the screen on your phone. But don't you worry about it, you're safe at home. Every talking head will tell you everything's fine. It's the blind leading the blind. Yeah, it's a circus out here, we're wobbling on a wire. There's a lady with a beard, clowns juggling fire. Elephants and donkeys got us jumping through hoops. Y'all wish that I was lying, but you know that it's the truth. Get your popcorn ready and pour you something strong. If the world's still spinning, the shit show goes on. Well, the world's strongest man just dropped the ball, and the tent's caving in from the weight of it all. Yeah, the lion's at the cage, puppets in a rage, and the ringleader's on parade. It's a circus out here, we're wobbling on a wire. There's a lady with a beard, clowns juggling fire. Elephants and donkeys got us jumping through hoops. Y'all wish that I was lying, but you know that it's the truth. Get your popcorn ready and pour you something strong. If the world's still spinning, the shit show goes on.
Come on! Witness the greatest show on earth! Ignore the flames!
It's a circus out here, we're wobbling on a wire. There's a lady with a beard, clowns juggling fire. Elephants and donkeys got us jumping through hoops. Y'all wish that I was lying, but you know that it's the truth. Get your popcorn ready and pour you something strong. If the world's still spinning, the shit show goes on.
Good morning. Happy FriYay. Can you hear me? I need to change my avatar. It might be a hawk to a day. I don't know. We'll see. We'll start with a mellow cup of coffee, though. How are y'all doing? Do I have anybody here? I have a few. Mishka won the booby prize. Yay! My fan's loud this morning. Sorry. I've tried to balance it out. It seems to have issues. I even cleaned it. I don't know what its problem is. I give up. Anyways, what's up? Mr. Nate's looking for boobies. Miss Kim is in the house. Finally, good morning. I know, I was trying to hurry, sorry. And Arby's in the house. How we all doing? So I've been trying to drink some new stuff and take myself away from coffee. It's going to be a slow process, let's just say that. Needless to say, I'm still drinking coffee. So I've been watching all the information regarding the helicopter crashing into the plane, and I will never say the plane crashed because that ain't what it was. And it really pisses me off that the news portrays it that way. Especially after watching everything, talking with my husband. Makes it quite clear what happened. Quite clear who was in the fault, at fault, and who should be held accountable. And I mean who, not not the taxpayers. That's who should not be put in this bill. And I don't give a shit if it's the family of the militaries. Men, I don't care. Don't care. They fucked up. They took 64 other lives. And I'm pissed. Hood Billy Life. Welcome. What's up? Yeah, a little frustrated. I watched. There's couple new videos that have came out, and it has definitely kind of. I think it clears it. I think it makes it pretty clear as to what the hell happened. YouTube froze. Oh, that son of a bitch. YouTube hates us, anyways. You know that. Ooh. So, the trans pilot bullshit is fake news, by the way. If you saw that, I did not see trans pilot shit. But I do know that there's a lot of DEI in the military, and it sounds like Trump is getting ready to squash that. If they were hired because they're trans or gay or their color or any of that shit, they going. And I think that's fabulous. Good morning, PD. How are ya? Right? For their DEI horseshit to start costing a lot of lives. I agree. Anyways. I mean, and you definitely have to wonder why it has taken so long for not more shit to go wrong. I think it's only because people have kind of been on the alert. And, you know, a lot of people keep their head on a swivel because they're concerned about, you know, what the hell's going on around them. It's like when you go out to drive down the freeway. Well, you better be thinking about all the people that are around you, because those are the sons of bitches that'll take you out. It's not you crashing into a cement wall. It's them hitting you head on. Currently making lewd oral love to some luscious cinnamon raisin bagel halves. Oh, and cream cheese. Good morning, Wanda. Yeah. I'm kind of I've been awake for an hour, but it doesn't seem like it. I once rode motorcycles and learned long ago to keep my head on a swivel on open roadways, right? Oh gosh, last year. I'm usually really alert when I'm driving, and especially with motorcycles, because they got no cushion. So I'm always like, when I see a motorcycle, if I'm following somebody and a motorcycle comes in front of me, I'll back off way further than I would for a car. Because if whatever goes wrong, he slips, I don't know, some blowout, I don't care. I don't want to be the one running over him. And so I would like to have a little bit of time to get the hell out of the way if something like that happens. And I was going to get my grandson one morning, and when we were coming back, I went by an exit that I normally go by. And when I go by exits, I always get over into the left lane. I don't stay in the right lane. I just get the hell out. Even if there's no cars, I just get over until I get by it, and then I get back over into the right lane. And normally I wait until I'm quite a ways past the exit before I do so. Well, I went to bump over into the right lane after getting past the exit, and I didn't see this motorcycle. Oh my God, it was so close. I almost hit him. Thank God he had his head on a swivel and was paying really close attention. I felt so bad. I wanted to stop and apologize and everything else to him, because I did. I really felt bad. I know it scared the shit out of him. And he, you know, he waved, but he was like, I was like, I'm so sorry. And, you know, the whole bit, but I felt like a piece of shit. I did read a story that there was another near miss of a helicopter and a plane within the last week also. Well, I think it's kind of funny that helicopter, they're not saying exactly what he did, you know, 5 minutes before he hit that plane, because I still think that he probably had some near misses before that. We're going to watch a thing that's going to talk a little bit about it. Hopefully my video lets me do it and it doesn't glitch out. We should first, I want to watch the let me see here. I want to watch the CNN. There was one that CNN had obtained, and it shows a little better picture of it. Hey, Kimmy baby, how are you, darling? Most bikers know they have to outguess and think other drivers right. There's still a lot who seem to deliberately want to smear them across the roadways because they're assholes. I agree. I don't, if you fender bender somebody in a car, not that that's something I'd want to do. You just don't walk around bumping people in cars. But when you're doing with a bike, a motorcycle has no cushion. There's nothing to protect them. That person is going to the road, and he is going to be the one that hits everything. So to me, I just think it's, you can't take it back once it happens. Once, if something happens to that motorcycle rider, you cannot take it back. So for me, I just soon give them rum. I also give trucks rum because they're way bigger than me. And they can kick my ass, and I don't want to die because of a semi. So I give them lots of room. Plus, they're carrying my shit. So I give them tons of room. Wherever they need to go, I let them have it. Good morning, PDX, and good morning, Weston. How are ya? And Miss Mouse. Did I see Miss Mouse? How are you, Mouse? I got pictures for you. So let's go to this little ditty right here that kind of shows it pretty well. Oh no, let's see. I had it right where I wanted it, and then I had to fuck with it. Okay. Let's see what happens here.
Learning more about these 67 lives.
Why can't we hear her?
That were lost in this collision. This
you
morning,
guys hear?
The New York Times is reporting that the helicopter may have been flying outside of its approved flight path and higher than it should have been. The New York Times is reporting that also learning more about these 67 lives that were lost in this collision. This morning, the New York Times is reporting that the helicopter may have been flying outside of its approved flight path.
It's echoing now.
Higher than it should have been. We'll get much more to that. Let's get to the videos. The first video we want to show you, the bright light that you see at the top is the American Airlines jet as it approached the runway. Then you see the helicopter flying directly into the frame and directly into the plane. Both aircraft immediately then crashing down into the Potomac River. The second video, it appears to be surveillance video from the airport and showing very same helicopter moving along the river as the plane approaches the runway at DCA, and then the collision and the explosion and into the Potomac River. Horrifying. Both now to the investigation into what led to that horrific crash. Both of the so-called black boxes have been recovered from the commercial jet, are being examined and analyzed. Those black boxes are going to be key to pinpointing what exactly happened in the moments before the deadly crash. CNN's Renee Marsh is following all of this live from Reagan National Airport. Renee, what is the latest that you're picking up?
It's 2031, and I finally qualified for Mint.
Sons of bitches commercials.
Well, let's focus on the victims first. Kate, we can tell you that as of this morning, 14 bodies are still missing, 4 of them still pinned inside of the aircraft, and 2 of the soldiers who were inside of that Black Hawk helicopter have yet to be recovered. We know that recovery efforts will resume soon as sun comes up this morning. Now, we also are expecting the flight manifest with the names of the victims, all of them who were on board the commercial aircraft, to potentially be released today. And we also know that President Donald Trump has plans to meet with some of the victims' families. It is unclear when that meeting will happen. Now, as for the investigation, that is ramping up this morning. You mentioned the black boxes have been recovered from both aircraft, both the airplane as well as the Black Hawk helicopter. The NTSB telling us yesterday that they expect to have a preliminary report with a readout from these black boxes within the next 30 days. Investigators are also waiting for a crane to arrive on this crash site. That crane will be helpful in trying to remove much of this debris. That will be critical in this investigation, as well as the debris will hold clues for investigators. And Kate, this morning we're also learning about staffing in that air traffic control tower. We heard that air traffic control audio.
Yeah, we got to blame it on somebody.
The pilot of the Black Hawk helicopter about the commercial regional jet. And now CNN has learned that one air traffic controller was actually working 2 different tower positions, directing traffic for both local traffic as well as helicopter traffic. However, this source tells us that that is not out of the norm. Kate?
And Ray, there's also new reporting today about some other recent close calls at DCA. What are you picking up on that?
Right. So what we have learned is just about a day before Wednesday night's deadly incident that there was another flight approaching Reagan National Airport, and it was forced to abort its first landing after a helicopter came close to its path. So concerning information that there was another situation where a helicopter yet again coming close into its path. And I've spoken to several people within the aviation industry yesterday, and they brought up this idea that it is time to ask the question as to whether these military aircraft should be flying in the same airspace along the same path as these commercial aircraft.
And the answer is no. Not just no, but fuck no. They should not be flying in the same place as normal private citizens that have no clue that they're on a training mission and trying to kamikaze them. I mean, are we fucking serious? He flew right in the pattern, right in the flight pattern of any plane getting ready to land. He flew directly into that flight pattern. What the fuck was he even doing there? Makes no sense to me. Sorry. I'm really pissed off about it the more I see.
No, I get it. I mean, it wasn't like these were new people that they were training. The helicopter pilots had more hours in the air than a normal everyday commercial pilot. Like that's how experienced they were. They should have known better.
I don't understand why he was flying straight to the flight path. That's the other thing is, why wouldn't they say, no, you need to head west or south or north or wherever. You need to go in a different direction because exactly where you're headed is exactly the flight path of that airliner coming in. I just think it's really strange. To call this an accident, I'm sorry. You can't. You cannot. This didn't accidentally happen. You cannot. He didn't even put on brakes, dude. He didn't even try to swerve away from it. He went straight for it. He did. I mean, there was no veering to the left, to the right, nothing. Down, up. He literally went straight in for that aircraft. Oh, this is totally the military's fault. And I think that the people that put those people in that helicopter need to be held accountable. Those specific people. No, we, the taxpayers, should not be paying for the lawsuits that should come up over this. No. Mm-mm.
No,
The
absolutely.
people that actually have the people that made the decisions to put those people in that helicopter should be the ones to have to pay for it. All three, all of them, all of them. We should have their money, everything. They should have nothing. And those people should be the ones to have it. They've lost their loved one. It's the least you can do. And for the rest of their lives, they should have to pay for what's gone on. I'm sorry, but that was a huge decision. And you literally took 64 lives because of your decisions. Right? They should have been complete. They shouldn't. Well, they always do training right in the middle of all that shit. How are they going to know what's going on? You know what? The military has tons of helicopters and they have tons of aircrafts that they can play the same fucking Indians and fucking cops out in the middle of the desert somewhere where there's nobody and nothing. I mean, what the hell is Area 51? Go there. Spend all the time you want in that shit. But not right in a highly densely populated area. It's the most busiest airport, probably close to the most busiest airport in the US. Are you fucking serious? When does negligence become murder, right?
Doesn't it? Don't we do that in DUIs?
Right?
What's the difference?
Yep, we need heads on platters.
I mean, I can't go climb in a vehicle, get drunk, go climb in a vehicle and accidentally hit somebody and get away with it. I can call it an accident all day long. But
I don't think
DUI.
I don't think it does go back to the air traffic controller. I do not. I do not. Here's the deal. Military helicopters, when they're out doing their thing and their training, there is no tower to tell them where to go. They have to be their eyes, ears, towers, ATC, everybody. They have to be all of it. So they should have been well prepared for flying in that area. And because I mean, it's obvious they weren't, or they didn't give a shit, or they weren't paying attention, negligence, whatever you want to call it. But bottom line, it should have never, ever happened, especially with a military aircraft. I mean, these guys are supposed to be better than better.
I would agree with that. I find fault in every angle. As far as the airplane, the fault I find is just merely that it was experienced technical difficulty, and that made the plane change direction and runway, but that's it. It's not like he did anything intentionally to cause this. The helicopter
changing the runway, they do that all the time.
right?
I mean, we have runways that one time we're coming in on 17, the next time we're coming in on 14. I mean,
I don't say that the pilot did something wrong. I'm saying that at fault for the airplane, it was having malfunctions and it changed directions to go on to runway 33. And
but it didn't. That's not true. I don't know where you got that information, but there is nowhere have I seen. And when I show you this next video, you'll see a guy who actually breaks down all of it. And nowhere does it say that he was having problems and he needed to go on that runway. That
was in the early reports that the news was putting out. That's where I got that.
Yeah, that wasn't, from what I can gather, that's not accurate. Now, they also said that there were 4 survivors from the get-go. How did they come up? This was 2 different news channels, NBC, I believe, and Fox. Both said there were 4 survivors. How do you have survivors and then not have survivors? I don't understand. And just saying, like, they just poo-pooed it. They didn't actually say, oh, we were mistaken. There isn't any survivors. They never came back and redacted what they said. They just flowed on with their day going, oh, nobody survived. They're all dead.
Okay. Moving on to the
something
air traffic.
Seems fishy in Denmark.
Right. And going on with who all I blame. That's all I can blame on the airplane. That's not pilot error. That's, not anything like that. The helicopter also is at blame because, like, dude, you just shouldn't have been there. Bottom line, y'all shouldn't have been there. I get, that y'all have to practice, but y'all should not have been there. And the air traffic control, because now y'all going to play cutbacks. Oh, yeah, well, I mean, one guy could handle it all. Well, one guy couldn't. One guy didn't. You understand? And the reason...
Well, one guy did. There's no... What makes the air traffic controller responsible? He did nothing wrong. He told him you have an he told him you have traffic right there. It's right in your flight pattern. And he said, oh, I see it. He said, he actually said, I see the aircraft. Well, he didn't. He actually seen a different aircraft. He didn't see the aircraft that he actually hit. He's seen one that was above there. Well, that again lies with the military. These are supposed to be experts at what they do. These are not amateurs. These are people that fly with no ATC, no tower, nobody to tell them where to go and how to get there and where the power lines are. And here's a stop sign and there's a bump in the road. There is none of that shit that goes on. They are specifically everything that they need is within that aircraft, everything they need. And he should have known that there was an aircraft coming, and he should have never flew in the flight pattern of where all those aircraft are coming. That's exactly where they're going, is into that airstrip. They're all going into that airstrip. He should have never been there to begin with. I mean, that's the dumbest shit I ever heard of.
I agree, but I'm still not letting the tower off the hook.
Good morning, Arby.
I'm not blaming the tower, the guy that was running the tower. I'm not blaming him. I'm saying the tower was running short staff. Don't give me your cutbacks. If 2 men are normally in that tower... Well,
first of all, they do it all the time.
That's what I'm saying. 2 men should always be in that tower. It's just plain and simple.
Well, there were other people in the tower. It was just specifically when they do that, they have so many ATC people that are in control of certain areas. And so when the one guy left early, then another one will pick up that area plus his own. They are very used to doing that. That is something they do on a regular basis, because what happens is their maps overlap. So he's looking at his area that he has to look at. Well, his neighbor beside him also has an area map, and that those two maps actually overlap. And so does the other ATC they all overlap. So it's kind of so that they have more than two eyes on what's going on. So the fact that he was doing exactly what he's doing, nowhere did the ATC screw up. So even if they were short-staffed, they never screwed up. So it still doesn't fall in with their fault. Even if there would have been another ATC person there, he would have gave the same instructions to that helicopter pilot and to the airplane. So it still doesn't fall back onto the ATC, even if they're short-staffed, because they never made a mistake in this instance. They never made the mistake. They told him where to go. He told him what he should be looking for. And then the helicopter pilot came back super quick and said, yep, I've got him in sight.
Didn't you just show where she said that was not the first near miss this week?
Yeah. I don't believe that was the first near miss that night. I think that helicopter missed three other aircraft that night within 10 minutes.
Do we, if this was not the only near miss, and there has been many near misses at this airport for the same bullshit, then that's why I say traffic control. What are y'all doing? Like, y'all aren't working out very well.
I'm not so sure
you're either not
sure it was the traffic control.
You're either not paying attention to all the other planes. I mean, do you understand what I'm saying? I mean, if there's so many near misses on record, then you can't go blame every pilot. At some point, you're like, man, traffic control, get your shit together. Understand where we are and give us time to maneuver. Don't send us into each other and they go, oh, by
Well,
the way,
first of
that's
all,
not over.
I'm not sure that. Here's the deal, though. I think people are not understanding that when you get in the air and you're flying and you're in control of an aircraft, you are in control of the aircraft, and you are also you have to be totally aware of everything around you. There are people that don't even have radios in their airplanes and fly them. So it is not
Is that
left up
even
to.
legal?
Yes, it is. And that's what I'm talking about. You as a pilot have to be aware of everything around you. It's not about Joe Blow in the tower. It's not about the ATC. It's not about any of that. It is about you knowing your surroundings and what's going. The whole time we're in our aircraft, we're looking. I mean, we're not. This is not a thing where you're just, I mean, yes, you are looking at, the scenery and all of that, but you are paying attention. For starters, it's hard to see another aircraft when you're in the air. It's really hard to see them. So you have to be on guard all the time. You have to be paying attention. That's why Marv likes to fly with another person, because it gives him another set of eyes that can be watching and paying attention. I mean, a bird can take down an aircraft. So it can't be left up to the people on the ground to make sure that we're safe in the
But
air.
it is still their job.
Oh, it is. It is. And when they get closer to the tower, it is way more their jobs to make sure that everything's going right. But here's the problem is you have two sets of rules. You have an aircraft that was actually under instrument approach. He has priority, even over that military asshole in the helicopter. And the helicopter was all visual. He wasn't under instrument. So it's his again. I mean, there again,
when we say visual, they screwed up and told us about the night vision goggles. That was the extra stupid on this helicopter pilot. Like, what? Really? Night vision goggles? You turn everything off and put on night vision goggles to try to see your way through this.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Which made his vision even more restricted. You got to turn your whole head to see. You can't, your peripheral vision with these night goggles are cut in half.
Well, and again, I'm going to say it again. It's why would you practice in front of a semi when you're learning to drive? Nobody does. I don't understand why he went for the flight pattern. Well, of all the places to go, why the flight pattern? That makes no sense to me. That's what makes me feel like it was deliberate.
The thing that they're hiding it under the word, well, it was training, it was practice, it was normal. Okay, fine, I get that. But again, we go back to the hours that all of these pilots in the helicopter had, and you still can't tell me they knew better. You can't tell me they didn't. They had too much experience to know better in this instant. This wasn't a kid the first time in a helicopter trying to, do what his trainer was telling him. No, it's not like that. It's not like some dumb kid made a whoops mistake. There's too much experience under the belt of these helicopter pilots to say they couldn't think that fast. I'm having a hard time getting over that part, that they couldn't think fast enough. It's just hard for me to swallow. I get, I listen to the feed on the air traffic controller, and I get how very little time there is between when he tells him, hey, do you see this airplane? There's no response. He then tells him, hey, cross behind him, and still not, you know what I'm saying? The pilot shouldn't have been there. And what the hell was traffic controller doing? He didn't go under him. You didn't make sure.
Well, yeah. Well, the air traffic controller can't make sure. He can't. He told him. Here's the deal. See. I think you're mistaken. He never said you need to go up or down. He never said that. He
No, he
said
said
you
go
have
behind him.
you.
He said cross behind him
Mm.
is what he says on it. Cross behind him.
I
When you get
never
to the
hear that.
bridge, he says when you get to the bridge, cross behind, and then he, labels the plane or whatever he's calling it on the air traffic control. And then he asked him, well, actually, he asked him, do you have a visual? No response. And he says, then he's like, cross over right there at the bridge behind this plane, and still no response. And yes, I
They'd
heard
already
how
crashed.
both of them were sped out. And between the first and second, yeah, we heard it hit. I get there wasn't a lot of time, but traffic controller leaves some time, and pilots, y'all had too much experience to be caught up in this situation. I'm sorry. But at the end of the day, y'all had too much experience to get caught up in this situation.
Mm-hmm.
Acting like you couldn't see, acting like
Yep.
you didn't know where to go. Like, I'm not buying it. Y'all had the experience. And had
Didn't know where to
probably
go.
done this very exercise more than once.
Mm-hmm. Morning, Kat.
Good morning, ladies. Good morning, everybody in chat. How's it going?
What are you yelling about?
It's going.
Good deal. Glad to
It's
hear
a
it.
going. Yep. He was flying 200 feet, but he didn't have blacked out lights. No radar, wearing night vision. Well, I can't imagine that the radar wasn't on. I mean, who would turn it off? The blackout hawk has anti-radar in the plane. Warning system wouldn't have went off on the black car.
Good morning, Kim. Good
Yeah,
morning, Weston. Army vet.
Let me just tell you that if you get to the point where you're in the air and a warning system goes off, you dying. Just saying. Yeah, I've never been in the air, like flying in the air, and the warning whistles go off. Warning whistles go off when you're getting ready to land. There's lots of bells and whistles and shit going off then. It's not if a warning whistle goes off when you're in flight, I'm telling you what, my ass is eating the seat because this shit's going down. I'm telling you, it's not going to be right. Something's going to be. It's not going to be good. So, I mean, you can see the lights on. Even in this one right here, you can actually see the lights on. But the next video that I'm going to show you is actually, let's see, will it let me? It's not going to let me. It's going to make me shut this one off and go to the other one. Piece of shit. Uh-oh. Who did what to the dog? Somebody kicked the dog.
No. Somebody's coming in the front door. So they're barking. Kim in Colorado. Good morning. Afternoon. Sorry, it's not morning.
Mm-hmm.
Afternoon.
It is morning. It's 9:41
on the West Coast. Here on the East Coast,
it's morning even for Kim. It's morning.
Yeah.
Hey, AV.
Behind me too. You're all behind me.
It's morning even for Kim. It's morning.
Good morning, Kathy.
So I can say good morning. Hello, Mousy.
All right. Yes,
What are you
keep
showing
talking.
us?
I'm going to grab some coffee and then
okay.
we'll go over this video. This is actually a video of the dude explains it all. Hopefully he doesn't totally strike my channel, but we'll see how it goes. I got to go grab coffee though. I'll be right back.
All right, go ahead. We got you.
Thanks, Arby. It is still morning in Colorado. They're all behind us, Mouse. We're in the afternoon.
I don't know. Like, what is taking you guys so long to like catch up in the morning? Get up.
Wake up. Curve, good morning. He's in Colorado too, so it's morning for him too.
Uh,
All these morning people.
I had to go through and turn all my heaters off, open the windows.
Mm.
It's raining, but boy, it is warm.
Yeah, it stopped raining, but it's going to be 70 today. Leah, how are you doing today?
Hey, Leah, have they ruled out that the helicopter pilot could have had a medical emergency? I'm not even sure.
Well, you're not going to know that for 30 days.
I think, well, being that there was 3 of them in there, it could have been picked up on the chatter between them. But yeah, we haven't seen anything like that yet. Of course, I don't, facts are still coming in. They haven't even finished getting the plane and the helicopter out of the water and getting it to, a hangar or a warehouse where they can investigate it.
Arby said, I'm heading home now. 16 patients in a half day was more than enough. Need a nurse Baxter to treat me. Okay.
Aw, sweet Baxter.
I don't know, Kim S. I don't know why, but they said it would take about 30 days to, I don't know. I guess maybe that's how long they do an investigation. You got an answer there, Mouse?
No, I have no idea. Gigi could probably answer that. She's aeronautics for us. I have no idea.
Army vet said the Black Hawk pilot was a female pilot, but yet yesterday on the news they showed a guy, Army vet, with a 1-year-old son.
Okay. You're headed home now after 16 patients in a half a day. It's
That's
more than enough.
Going home to Baxter so we can relax.
Uh-oh, Baxter. Arby's coming. He's going to want all kinds of attention, Baxter. They could land in a parking lot. That helicopter can. Why does it take 30 days to check the black box? Well, to me, that seems like just ludicrous.
Well, actually, the question was, how long does it take for them to investigate the black box once they have it in their hands?
Well, I'm not sure, but I do think that.
Hi, Callie.
Here's what I think happens when you're talking about a black box. It's kind of like your computer and your hard drive. So they're basically pulling that out and they have to go through. I mean, it's got everything, the levels of what everything was at, everything that goes on in that aspect. And so I think that's why, they go through it with a fine tooth comb, and it takes them 30 days. Of course, let's remember we're talking about the government. So you have to add at least 39 days to everything they do because it takes them at least that
to
put their pants on.
Out as far as 2 years before we have all of the data and the investigation is complete. This thing can go on for
let me just tell you that I'm fairly certain that shit's going to be hid. The fact that they're already, and even Trump said it, I heard him last night say the collision, the airline colliding with the helicopter. Okay, that is not what happened. And the fact that they keep putting it that way really chaps my ass. I know it's just words, but that's the kind of shit that gets in people's heads and then they start believing it. It's the same thing that, anything that you hear regarding stuff like this, you'll hear it once and then you'll believe it. Later you go back and realize, oh, that was a lie. But the next week you'll believe what you had believed for 2 weeks because that was the first piece of information you had on it. So you just believed it and then later realize it's not true. It can make it really hard to get that shit out of your head. So it makes me mad when they do shit like that, especially somebody like the leader of our country saying things such as, he basically insinuating that it's the airline's fault. And it was, I'm sorry, y'all know me, I'm first one to hold the airline accountable, but in this instance, they were not, should not be held accountable. I do not believe they were in the wrong. Now, everything that we've seen, and once you guys see this, it will kind of set it. You'll see even more so why I believe that it was definitely the helicopter that caused this completely. There was no incompetence on the airlines or ATC, I don't believe. But I have to mute myself when I do this or it echoes. So, but I will stop it periodically if I can, to if there's stuff we want to talk about, if there's something you want to talk about, just say so and I'll stop it.
How did an American Airlines plane and a Black Hawk helicopter end up in a tragic crash while the plane was attempting to land on runway 33? In the videos ahead, we'll take a closer look at the final hours leading up to the crash, the confusion between the PAT-25 VIP military helicopter and the air traffic controller, and how the rescue operation is being carried out. More details all in the video ahead. The plane had departed from Wichita Dwight D. Eisenhower National Airport in Kansas earlier that evening. A PSA Airlines aircraft at approximately 9 p.m. on Wednesday, January 29, 2025. The tragic incident occurred as the plane...
Okay, let's just notice that he never mentions where the helicopter comes from. He says that, you know, that he explains where the aircraft departed from, but still,
Right.
but he doesn't say that again. Makes me very leery.
Approach toward Reagan Washington National Airport in Arlington, Virginia. American crew members, while 3 soldiers were aboard the military helicopter. This plane's radio transponder stopped transmitting about 2,400 feet, which is around 730 meters short of the runway, roughly over the middle of the river. This has marked the first major U.S. commercial crash. Perspective is evident that flight A5342 was approaching the airport from the south, descending over the scenic Potomac. Is also densely trafficked, both by air and on the ground, adding to the complexity of air traffic management in the region. American Airlines Flight 5342, which we'll refer to as the landing flight, was on its final approach.
So do you see how he says he was at his final approach, heading
to landing,
heading to land? So there was no, from what this guy's saying, that again, there is no you're having problems, go to this runway. So, but that, like you said, I'm not sure about the radio talk. So, but from what this is showing, this was his intended strip to begin with, his intended landing.
About 400
from the get-go.
feet. This is the most critical phase of landing, where every second counts and pilots are laid. And it's common to see aircraft like this operating in the area. The key difference between the two helicopter PAT-25 was flying under visual flight rules. This means it was required to rely on visual observation of its surroundings to avoid other aircraft. Pat 25 responded that they did. At first glance, this seems like an acknowledgement of different aircraft, possibly a departing flight from the same airport, and believed that was the other aircraft referred to by the tower. Tragically, Pat 25 may not have realized what led to the. This is what appears to have happened based on the available information. It's a harp and what safety measures can prevent them in the future. If you have more insight or expertise, please feel free to share your thoughts. Feet into the river. Meanwhile, the helicopter ended up landing upside down in the water. Regarding the rescue mission, the main challenge is access. The water they're working in is about 8 feet deep, which is roughly 2.5 meters. On top of that,
Arby says it's doing a constant pause thing. Pisses me off. Piece of shit. Ugh. Okay, well, let's finish watching parts of it. Let's hope it doesn't pause too much. Let me shut this one down. Maybe that'll help. And that.
also have audio from air traffic control that has been published online, capturing the moments as the two aircraft approach each other. It appears to involve the air traffic controller with transport, the helicopter, and CRJ referring to the passenger.
Okay, because I do want us to see all of this instead of in pieces. Arby's going to be home in a few minutes, and then he'll be able to play it from his internet, and it won't glitch on us because it is actually, it does explain a lot more than.
If you want to put the link over in private chat, I'll run it up and play it. Maybe mine can support it a little better.
So basically what I'm getting out of this, they were speaking to the helicopter, they were speaking to the plane. Did the helicopter think that the plane that was taken off, the one that was flying above them, that's the one they verified that they saw, and they didn't see the one literally in front of them? So does it just become just an accident?
Trying to say.
So, well, you know, even if they rerouted him to another runway, at this point, he still has made no changes. He's still banking toward, going in, and at that moment, he's still banking towards the runway. So he hasn't even set a path towards the runway. It would still be the same path in that moment that he would be flying anyway. Looking at it from what you just showed me.
So basically, yes, Army vet, thank you. So basically, it was an accident in the air. They didn't see the plane that was literally descending, and they were probably acknowledging the plane that was up. And they weren't. That's what I'm assuming. I'm just saying this is a tragic accident all the way around. Yes,
I agree with that.
Well, that would all be great. However, he flew through a flight pattern. So that would be like you driving on, that would be like you going on a freeway that there is no, well, it just going across it. You're going literally through the drive pattern of a bunch of semis.
It's
you
like
in your little car.
Hi, Callie.
It's like an intersection, a four-way intersection, and nobody stops.
Yeah, you can't. I mean, that's the problem with it. So that's why we can't say that it was just an accident. This was total negligence.
Okay, you got it up
through and through. Okay, so now maybe we can watch it from the beginning.
Airlines plane and a Black Hawk helicopter end up in a tragic crash while the plane was attempting to land on runway 33.
Will you make it big?
In the videos ahead, we'll take a closer look at the final hours leading up to the crash. The confusion between the PAT-25 VIP military helicopter and the air traffic controller, and how the rescue operation is being carried out. More details all in the video ahead. The plane had departed from Wichita Dwight D. Eisenhower National Airport in Kansas earlier that evening. A PSA Airlines aircraft, operated under American Airlines and identified as Flight AA5342, collided midair with a military Black Hawk helicopter at approximately 9 p.m. on Wednesday, January 29, 2025. The tragic incident occurred as the plane was making its final approach toward Reagan-Washington National Airport in Arlington, Virginia. American Airlines confirmed that 64 people were aboard the jet, 60 passengers and 4 crew members, while 3 soldiers were aboard the military helicopter. This plane's radio transponder stopped transmitting about 2,400 feet, which is around 730 meters short of the runway, roughly over the middle of the river. This has marked the first major U.S. commercial crash in more than 15 years. From an aerial perspective, it is evident that Flight AA5342 was approaching the airport from the south, descending over the scenic Potomac River. This area is known for its proximity to several iconic landmarks, such as the Pentagon, located nearby in Pentagon City. To the north, one can spot the striking dome of the United States Capitol building, a symbol of American democracy. The Potomac River, which encircles the airport and much of Arlington, serves as a natural boundary and offers breathtaking views for arriving flights. However, this area is also densely trafficked, both by air and on the ground, adding to the complexity of air traffic management in the region. American Airlines Flight 5342, which we'll refer to as the landing flight, was on its final approach to runway 33. At this stage, called short final, the aircraft was mere moments from landing, flying at an altitude of about 400 feet. This is the most critical phase of landing, where every second counts and pilots are laser focused on safely bringing the plane down. At the same time, an Army Black Hawk helicopter, identified as PAT-25, was reportedly on a possible training flight. It was flying perpendicular to the flight path of Flight 5342, following the course of the Potomac River. The Potomac River is a designated flight corridor for helicopters, and it's common to see aircraft like this operating in the area. The key difference between the two aircraft in this scenario was their operating rules. The Black Hawk helicopter, PAT-25, was flying under visual flight rules. This means it was required to rely on visual observation of its surroundings to avoid other aircraft. The landing flight 5342 was operating under instrument flight rules, which give it priority over VFR flights in controlled airspace. This system assumes that VFR aircraft will actively maintain visual separation to avoid conflicts. Moments before the collision, the air traffic control tower at Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport called PAT-25 to confirm whether they had the other aircraft in sight. PAT-25 responded that they did. At first glance, this seems like an acknowledgement that they were aware of Flight 5342's presence and were taking steps to avoid it. However, it now seems likely that PAT-25 had mistakenly identified a different aircraft, possibly a departing flight from the same airport, and believed that was the other aircraft referred to by the tower. Tragically, PAT-25 may not have realized that Flight 5342 was descending directly into its path. This misidentification could have led to the Black Hawk failing to adjust its course in time to avoid a collision. Although I'm not a pilot, this is what appears to have happened based on the available information. It's a heartbreaking incident that raises questions about how such misunderstandings can occur and what safety measures can prevent them in the future. If you have more insight or expertise, please feel free to share your thoughts in the comments. The passenger plane broke into multiple pieces and sank several feet into the river. Meanwhile, the helicopter ended up landing upside down on the water. Regarding the rescue mission, the main challenge is access. The water they're working in is about 8 feet deep, which is roughly 2.5 meters. On top of that, the conditions are tough. There's strong wind, chunks of ice floating around, which obstructs rescue workers. We also have audio from air traffic control that has been published online, capturing the moments as the two aircraft approach each other. In the recording, we can hear a conversation. It appears to involve the air traffic controller, with P standing for priority air transport, the helicopter, and CRJ referring to the passenger plane. The response seems to come from the helicopter, but something goes terribly wrong. The two aircraft continue to move closer to each other until they crash, and there was no response from the other side.
Amazon hates this, but there's nothing they can do to stop it. There's a new electric lighter out there, and it's got the firepower of a...
This long-shot video, recorded by the Kennedy Center cam, seems to show two aircraft, a helicopter and a commercial airliner colliding, creating a huge flash. If you take a close-up shot, you can clearly see the Black Hawk helicopter traveling at an alarmingly high speed directly towards the plane, a moment of impending danger captured in stark detail. According to reports, the situation unfolded due to apparent confusion on the part of the Black Hawk pilot. He was seemingly unaware of the presence of a second aircraft in the vicinity, which ultimately led to a critical misjudgment. When the flight controller radioed in, asking if the pilot had identified Flight 5342, the pilot confidently confirmed that he had visual contact. However, the plane he was referring to wasn't Flight 5342. It was a completely different aircraft flying above his position. This misidentification proved costly. The pilot, certain he was operating safely, continued his course. Tragically, he ended up flying directly into the path of an oncoming aircraft. The sequence of events highlights the immense complexity and risks of aviation, where even small communication errors or lapses in situational awareness can lead to dangerous, life-threatening outcomes. Let's take a look at a different case scenario of a Jeju Air Flight 2216. This South Korean airline was granted permission to land
These are
from the
kind of
south
stupid.
on runway 1 northward.
It doesn't even
But
really.
control tower cautions
you can
against
stop
bird
it.
activity, so the aircraft made a slight deviation in flight path.
Those, I don't know even why he put those in there, to tell you the truth, because it doesn't have to necessarily. I mean, I just don't think it's about birds hitting aircraft, and I just don't think that has
Yeah, that's
anything to
right.
do
Bad
with it.
too.
Yeah.
Little
But
TMI.
basically, so that's what I'm saying. This was a tragic accident. Okay, so
It wasn't a tragic accident, though. Here's the deal. So everybody is focused on the fact, and like even AV had mentioned the night goggles, and I get that. There's night goggles, but one pilot has the hood on. That's basically, it's just a hood that keeps you looking straight at your instruments, so you're not getting the visual outside. But guess what? There's 4 other eyeballs in the aircraft that can see around them. And those eyeballs should have been spotting these other aircraft. Any aircraft. I mean, it could have been one below, one above, behind. It wouldn't have mattered. That's why I say, when you get in an aircraft, you are definitely risking your life when you get in there, because everybody that's in the air has to be well aware of themselves and their surroundings. And it's really easy to get turned around even. I mean, especially like the pilot with the goggles on. It's a hood is what it is. And it's basically, it just covers everything. He can only see the instruments. So nothing outside. The windows are basically not within his view. And that's what he has to go off of. And I'm sorry, but for me, there is not a computer in the world that makes up for my, me visually seeing something. So, that's why, I mean, it wasn't an accident. This is true negligence on their part. This was an amateur move that should have never happened. I mean, absolutely should never happen. And the one thing that better change is the fact that they're flying in and around all these people, and definitely never in a flight pattern. That's just the dumbest shit I ever heard of.
I get what you're saying, 150%, but it was still an accident. I can't say that she intentionally or he intentionally drove into that plane on purpose. I just believe it was miscommunication. you know, take your night goggles off if you have to. If you can't fucking see what they're asking you, if you see, they thought
Which
the
is
plane that was
negligence,
taken
not
off.
accident. That's what I'm talking about, Kat. That's not an accident. That's negligent. Leaving the hood on through a highly, extremely busy airport. That is, I mean, you're just asking for problems. You are asking for something bad to happen. It is not worth the risk.
I get what you're saying, but
Their
if this is the
training,
way they're trained, if they're trained this way to wear that hood, and if she had or he had their goggles on, I mean,
they're not trained to flight through flight patterns. There's no way. That's a
Gigi,
kamikaze
these
move.
Black Hawk helicopters do this all the time at Reagan International Airport. They train there. They stay
Kat, you
there
do not
yesterday.
understand. You do not understand the rules of the air. And you do not fly in a fucking flight pattern. You do not fly in front of them. You just don't fucking do it.
They weren't in front.
That's
they were
what
on
I'm
the
talking
side.
about. They ended up flying directly in the path. That's how it happened. They flew directly in the path of the flight path. You should never fly there. Like I said, it's like fucking driving the wrong way on a freeway or sideways on a freeway. You don't fucking do it. Somebody's going to hit your ass.
Right, well, they said the helicopter was flying below whatever he said, so it made it seem like, yes, it is the helicopter's fault.
Well,
it is the helicopter's
fault. Are we going
fault.
to take into account that what this guy's theory was the misidentification of the plane?
Right.
Like he saw the plane, but it was the wrong plane. But it was the plane that was in front of him when he asked. He misidentified.
But you seen but you seen where the plane was that they were talking about, the one they believed he mistaked. That was way in front of that aircraft that he actually hit. Way in front. So far in front that I don't even know how you would have mistaken for it. That aircraft was taking off from the airport.
Right. Correct.
They told him this was an aircraft coming in. How the fuck do you mistake that? That I'm telling you, these are amateur moves. I've been in the airplane long enough to know this shit does not happen like this without complete negligence. It just doesn't. And
I'm just saying
that doesn't equate to an accident.
I think it was negligent on the part of more than the helicopter. The helicopter was negligent, yes, but I think negligent goes further than the helicopter.
I'm not sure what you're saying.
I know, and I'm still putting part of it on the tower.
There's a concept called criminal negligence. Right. I just think that this should have all for training purposes is why this happened, and it's bullshit. It should have never happened.
Say there's a car accident and a person is hurt. Of course, they get carried to the hospital. Well, the first one you blame is the one that hit them, right? The one that was wrong in the car wreck. Okay, say they get to the hospital and they play it's so short-staffed, Dan, we can't get you into surgery right now. We're short-staffed. And you die laying there waiting to get into surgery. Do you only blame the car accident, or do you throw some of that back to the hospital? The short-staffed shit, that'll get you too.
Well, if it was me, it lies where the negligence was to begin with. Who got them in that situation? It's kind of the same thing. Here's how I feel this way about insurance.
I would blame the person that hit me in the wreck, and then I would also blame the hospital. Like it's another situation where I show up in need and y'all just can't help me. That's another instance of negligence, and it's a chain of negligence.
Well, I don't see any other negligence besides the helicopter pilot. I don't see that the airline pilot was not negligent. He was on his short final. There's not a lot of changes that go on in that short final. That means you are going to the ground.
I'm talking just the air traffic controller and the helicopter.
The ATC was also, he did everything he was supposed to do. He did everything he was
He
supposed to do.
did.
ATC. So how is he?
But the
Why would he be
airport,
held
but
accountable?
the airport should have had a full staff.
That it doesn't matter if he didn't fucking do anything wrong. Then it's still they didn't do anything wrong. How can you hold them accountable when they didn't do anything wrong to begin with? If he did nothing wrong, if he told them everything that he was supposed to do in the aircraft, he told them you are supposed to be looking out for those aircraft, and he did everything he was supposed to do as the ATC. Remember, he's not in the aircraft. He's only in the he literally is looking at a map. He can't even see the aircraft out the window. He is looking at a map. And that's all he can see is little dots on a fucking map telling him there's one coming at you. You better watch out. There's one coming. You're going right in the line of one that's flying straight to our airport. And the guy didn't fucking do nothing. Yep, I got him. I see him. Okay, well, great. You just hit him, you dumb fucker.
Communication still falls on both parties communicating.
Yeah, the ATC had communicated. That's exactly how they communicate with us in the air. Exactly everything that he said. That's exactly how that shit goes down. I'm telling you.
In command of the flight, but if an emergency
Hey, Mishka.
occurred, the instructor would have
Hey,
taken
how's it going?
control of the helicopter.
Good,
Both
sweetheart.
pilots had flown the specific route before, and that's what I'm saying with the hours under them. Like, this wasn't the first time this got obvious. And then you hear about near misses, and you have to say, guys, somewhere between y'all jacking up in traffic and this air controller not being able to see all of you is a problem.
I don't believe that they normally take flight paths through the. I don't believe that their training calls for them to fly through the straight through flight path. So I don't believe that they do that. I do not believe that is something that they go, yep, today's the day, and you got to go fly right through the middle of that flight path of those airliners coming in. Those are big ass airliners. They do not got brakes. They can't stop, and they can't turn around. There is no quick movements in those sons of bitches. Well, unless you steal one and take it up and do loop-de-loops around Seattle. Then for some reason they can do those, but on a regular basis, they cannot move quickly. So, and they don't normally, I've never seen a helicopter of any type fly straight through the middle of a flight pattern. They usually just don't do that. And if they are doing that, they've gotten the okay from the tower, and they're usually on the ground just getting out of the airport. So this is negligence at the highest, and it all falls, I believe, on those three men in that aircraft and whoever put those three men in that aircraft, or three people, whoever they are.
Well, there's negligence all over.
That's what I'm saying.
You know, and everything else like that, because, and my favorite subject is all this quota hiring, DEI, whatever you want to talk about it. They had over 2,000 qualified, and don't quote me on the numbers, but it was up there, qualified, beyond qualified pilots. And they did not get hired because they did not fit on the list
because they weren't
of
white.
Who to hire. So that in turn caused short staff. So that's with the tower. Okay. I'm surprised, and thank God it's not happening.
No. They but that wasn't what they said was the short staff. A guy needed that he left early. It wasn't like they didn't have anybody there all that day. The guy just left early from ATC. So the other one, and it's like I said before, when you've got those guys in ATC, there's a bunch of them, and they all kind of overlap in their areas. They take over each other's spots all the time. One's got to go to the bathroom. This one takes over those. I mean, it's all, they work together in that room. So,
Well,
and they're all looking at all those
we're
maps.
all getting all different. We weren't there. Okay. But I'll bet you it was because somebody didn't make a list. Okay. Because
there's so many contradicting things because the frigged up media and our government and everything else like that, because they're saying, I heard and watched on several things and on YouTube and all over, that they were saying, yes, they was short staffed and the one guy was doing like 2 jobs. Now, maybe somebody went to the bathroom and he was doing 2 jobs. But Gutter, I'm sure in all your jobs and everybody else on the panel, we are qualified to do what we're doing so we can multitask.
Exactly.
But if you're not qualified and you don't have the where-how to do something, you can't even do it when there's a full staff. Forget covering somebody going to the bathroom.
Right, but we're sitting here saying something that actually never happened. The ATC gave the correct instructions. So if the ATC gave the correct instructions, why are they being held accountable for something they didn't do wrong? They never gave incorrect instructions. They gave correct.
This is a very simple answer. Of course they're going to blame them because they're going to make them the scapegoat instead of
Exactly,
saying
because they're alive.
the whole past administration fucked up, excuse the expression.
True.
Okay? They're the ones that put us in there. So how dare they take, accountability? So they're going to pass the buck because these people are the low men on the totem pole, and that's it. The incompetence came from the last 4 years and before then.
And I agree. But in this instance, when you get in an aircraft, it doesn't matter. This is exactly why I don't get in an aircraft, because of the rules and regulations and how they've changed and the standards that have been reduced. There's no way. I don't trust the people that are in the air. And this is a perfect example. Even our own military, the highest of the highest, can't be trusted in the air. Why the fuck would I get in the air and take that
I
chance?
agree with. I haven't flown, and I would fly all over the place. But when I saw what was going on, like here at JFK and everything else like that, I was like, if I can't drive there or something like that, I'm not going. Because, if I don't know, it's just, I'm surprised these things, and thank God it's not happening, but more of these catastrophes aren't happening.
Well, I think there
Hopefully.
is, but they blame it on
yeah.
other things.
Yeah.
That's one of the big things. That's why it makes me mad that the first thing Trump came out and said was, well, an airline crashed into a military helicopter. No, that is not what happened at all.
He changed his statement later on last night.
He did
say it was the helicopter.
He better have, because I was going to send him a personal letter going, listen,
I
fucker.
think Trump, he needs to take a breath for 5 minutes.
He needs to take a break before he
I
speaks.
agree with him. I'm all for him. But the only thing I wished he changed is just take a breath. Go have McDonald's French fries or something before you start saying things. Because he did correct his statement.
Yeah, and I know he's got, come on, we all say shit out of turn.
Yeah,
and then have to go back and retract our statements. So, I get it. He's constantly under, a microscope. There's a camera in his face and a microphone in his face all the time.
Well, that's why I wish he would take 5 minutes, because what happens is the media and all his opponents then jump on his misstep. And yes, we're all not perfect and we do it. Just take a break. That's all I'm saying. Mr. President Trump, just take 3 minutes before you say something. Yeah, right.
Go play some golf, buddy. You need some golf.
Gersh said, but the FAA has been pushing DEI pretty hard.
Oh, yes, they have. DEI equals die. This is a perfect example of it.
He's angry about it because it goes back to the FBI, who ordered the crappy Secret Service that day when during the assassination attempt. Sorry. So he is. Come on, because she's a female, she's standing there half a Trump size. That's not guarding Trump. You know what I mean? That's why he keeps going back to the DEI.
Yeah.
because he's still mad about the whole FBI thing that day.
Well, he probably shouldn't have covered for him when that shit happened then. Oh, they all did so good. The fuck they did. They did not do good, Trump. And that was the first thing out of his mouth, that he said they did good. I'm like, you're out of your rabbit ass mind. You damn near got shot, you dummy. Like, shot
But he
dead.
knew. Like, he was mad. Like, these people were there fumbling because they were females and they needed to hire females. Were they qualified? Absolutely not. At the end of the day, we all seen what a fumble that was.
Watching that bitch in the bun. Oh, that was so
gun back
funny.
in the holster.
Oh,
She stood
that
up,
was the funniest thing.
and she's supposed to be a bodyguard for Trump, and she like goes up to his elbows, and I'm like, wow. What kind of?
I would have been fine if she could have handled a firearm, but Christ, she didn't even know how to put it back in the holster.
So yeah, that again, and he does have a point. We have to stop this in all of the areas that they dump this equal opportunity employer BS back, where they, you have to have a quota legally that you have so many different things on your payroll. It's like, that doesn't mean qualified. And we shouldn't have to look at their race when we look at their qualifications. In fact, I wish they would take race off the applications, because
it shouldn't even be
about that.
That drives me crazy. When I fill out an application and stuff, I'll either leave it blank or I'll put other, making them guess, because I thought we're all equal. We're all this. So what does it matter to the government what race I am?
I'm gonna just start writing racist across all those.
Yeah, there you go.
Racist. Racist.
Because that says nothing about my qualifications. Nothing. It doesn't tell you if I can do the job or not at all.
Oh, that was the funniest shit ever, Arby. When he said, I blame DEI. And they're like, why? And he said, because I have common sense and you don't.
And that's what he meant. The common sense is that doesn't qualify them for a job.
I know. I'm terrible. Jordan, I'm really bad about it. The shit that comes out of my mouth. You'd think I was 90.
Well, 110. Fuck 90. The bottom line was, it was an accident. An accident happening. I'm not saying who's to blame, who's not to blame. It was a terrible, tragic accident. Save the blame for later, but right now, pray for all those people.
Well, of course.
Well, at least we do understand it was not intentional. I mean, we've had a lot lately, like the attacks on New Year's. It's really good though to hear that this doesn't feel intentional. It just feels negligent.
Right.
Hey, Alexis.
And I'm sure that, many people, when they heard, another incident involving the military, that they go right back to the last two attacks we had. And so everybody is like, oh, there's got to be a conspiracy in there, and they want to see it. But I'm glad this time I can say with confidence that I don't see that it was intentional. Negligent, yes. Could have been avoided, absolutely. But did they do it on purpose? I can't see that they did.
Yeah, exactly.
So at least there's that.
Yeah.
Past that, all we can do is pick out, who all misstepped and try not to do it again. And to say that, it was all just a misstep of just the helicopter, I'm not sure about that. I don't know. I feel like, it was a perfect storm for this stupid.
Yeah.
It was a perfect
for starters,
storm.
Accident means, oh gosh, it was an accident. I'll just try harder. But here's the problem with that.
Okay.
You ain't gonna let that go about an accident.
No, I'm not, because it's not a fucking accident.
It is an accident,
Negligent. It was a negligence, and negligence
All right,
is
a
not
negligent
considered.
accident.
That's fucking asinine. You can't even say that, Kat. Don't say that.
I just
Jesus.
said it.
Negligent.
but
I
a
know, but
negligent is not
that's
a
like an
verb.
asinine.
Gigi,
Negligence.
they didn't set out intentionally to hit a plane that day.
It doesn't mean that they're not negligent in what they did.
Oh, of course,
Here's the deal.
the part of
If
an
you
accident,
say
though.
it's just
An
an
accident
accident,
usually-
then
an
nothing
accident-
gets fixed.
An
Nothing gets
accident can
fixed.
sometimes be avoided, but we still call them accidents, even though they could have been avoided. And if somebody would have done something different
Hey,
or better,
Alexis.
it wouldn't have been that way. Negligent, yes, but not intentional. So that's where
Okay,
you
well,
get accident.
negligence. Here. I'll pull it
Here
up
we
so I
go.
can make it a little easier.
I
Okay,
don't need it
negligence
easier.
does not mean accident. While an accident can
God.
sometimes be caused by negligence, negligence does not refer to exercise reasonable. It refers to to a failure to exercise reasonable care, which leads to an accident. But it's not automatically mean that it's an accident. So negligent. What I'm trying to explain is, if we do not correct what they're doing wrong, we are going to find more accidents like this. And I don't know about
Exactly.
you,
Right.
but
So,
fucking
would
so
agree
you
with
don't
that.
think they're going to try to
65.
make an effort to correct this?
Fuck
Of
no.
course
They're
they're going
already
to.
looking for excuses. They're already looking for excuses. It's ATC's fault. It's not ATC's fault. It's the fucking military's fault. The fact that they put those 3 people in that fucking helicopter, and those 3 people are the ones that took the lives of 64 other people, counts, and it needs to be addressed. And it is because of what they hire and what they put in those aircraft. You have got to hold the standards up higher. If you do not hold standards up higher, we will find more and more people being fished out of the fucking rivers from crashing with an helicopter and an airplane and so on and so forth, because it was never addressed. We made an excuse for it and said, oh, bummer, it was just an accident. It was really nobody's fault. The fuck it wasn't. It was somebody's fault.
I'm
and
not
it needs
saying
to
it
be
was
held
I don't
nobody's
accountable.
think
fault,
we're
but
sa-
it's
I
a
don't.
tragic accident, all right, caused by neglect. It was still an accident, bottom line, in my mind.
Negligence caused the accident, no doubt. But it's either on purpose or it was an accident. So, but it was an accident caused by negligence. It could have been prevented.
I mean, I'll speak for myself. I agree, Gutter, with everything that you're saying,
Right.
but I just don't want us, with square rooting just words. It was negligence going all the way to the top. The military, who told them to bring in DEI? The freaking government and the whole Biden administration. So I don't put blame on the people that got the jobs or whatever. Although if you're not competent, you should. Yeah, I want everybody to stay in their lane.
Oh,
But
I
it was,
totally hold the people in that helicopter accountable.
yeah.
Those 3 people need to be held accountable. That's the kind of shit. If we don't hold them accountable, we will find this shit happening again and again and again, because nobody's held accountable. This cannot. I know they're dead and they can't be held accountable in that aspect, but the people that stuck them in that aircraft need to be held accountable. That should never have
100%.
happened. It
Yeah,
should
but you
not
gotta,
have
you know who
happened.
you gotta hold accountable? You gotta start at the top first. Okay? It always seems the people that get called out to be accountable is always the low man on the totem pole. And everything else like that. They knew they weren't qualified to fly a plane or this or that and everything else, and everything. But who put them in there?
Yeah. Yeah, I definitely think I just think that this is exactly what I said a long time ago about standards. And when you start reducing those standards, what happens?
Yep.
this is not going to stop. We see, I
No.
mean, we see people that really, they should have never died because of
No.
this kind of negligence. That
Mhm.
and I'm sorry, but negligence is a choice. When you choose not to do something, then
Mhm.
you are choosing to neglect what needed to be done to keep somebody safe. So
Mhm.
you choose to do that.
Mhm.
It that's not something that happened by accident. You chose not to do it. You chose to drive through a fly through a flight path with the hood on. Now, yes, it can be done, but the 2 other people in that aircraft need to be highly alert as to what's going on around them. That's what I don't understand is how when you put yourself in such a high risk situation, how something this is not, and in the air, the airplanes still look really small, even a great big airliner, but still it's an airliner. How I just I don't understand how the other 4 eyeballs did not catch it. I don't Not everybody had a hood on. The, the pilot that was training had the hood on. The other people did not. They can still visually see. So that's why I don't understand how it went so tragically wrong to the point of them. I mean, I do understand how it can because of negligence, but if they'd have
God
been doing
Almighty, save me.
their job, if they'd have been doing what they were trained to do, then this would not have happened.
Okay,
That's
RB said it's not the pilots. Whoever thought up, it's not the pilots. It's whoever thought up the training mission and approved it. And then he said holding the pilots accountable allows for the government to offload the blame onto the dead people.
well, you got a point there. That's true.
Yeah. And Gutter, you were saying before, yes, on a plane you have all this equipment, automated pilot and all this other stuff. If you're not qualified, they probably relied on everything but their eyeballs because they
Well,
weren't qualified. So what you're saying, you would have looked out the window and said, "Oh shit, I'm crossing a pattern," or something. They were probably the computer says no, and
well,
everything else like that.
but when you're under a hood, there's usually somebody else there that is like, for instance, if you are a pilot and you are doing under the hood training, there's another pilot in there that's training you, and his eyeballs are on the surrounding areas. So yes, what that whole purpose of that is for instrument training. So in other words, if it's super cloudy out and they can't see visually, then they have that to rely on, those instruments that can get them through the air and onto the ground. The same as if it's dark. They when it's dark and you're up in the air, you can get turned around pretty easy. I mean, it is amazing how quick you can not quite know where you're at. So those instruments help keep you knowing where you're going. That's the whole idea of the hood, of being trained underneath the hood,
Mm-hmm.
whatever you want to call it, night goggles.
Right.
Usually it's just a hood. It's just,
Mm-hmm.
something so that you can't see your surrounding peripheral vision. So
Mm-hmm.
that's so I don't know if I answered the question, but it's their training. This is why I don't understand why they went through the most. You could have trained and done all of that without being in the most busiest part of an airport. I don't understand why they were there. That makes no sense to me. You're talking about risking lots of lives all for training. That seems extremely negligence.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, among other things, like I just don't understand that. Why? That's
Well, the
why it makes
military
no
said
sense to me.
last night that they go along the Potomac at nighttime and go partway into Reagan International. I mean, not in those words, but basically it was like they do this all the time.
Yes. But what has changed? Yes, they have been doing this for years, a day in and day out. But what has changed? Because the people are putting non-qualified people in these positions. That is what has changed.
That's a very good point.
Arby said, pull up an image of the DC flight path. It's insane, that airspace. And speaking of JFK, they originally said they could hold a certain carrying of, I think let's just use for an example, 1 million people through that terminal, right? They're up to triple the amount of people and planes that fly through that airport. So you're going to need more air traffic controllers. You're going to need more people on the ground. You're going to have to configure and do this, this, and this, and this. They were actually, but they used Kennedy Airport, JFK Kennedy Airport as an example. So the same thing for this airport. They were capable of handling only a certain amount of aircraft at a time, and it's doubled. So I'm assuming that's what you mean, Arby, by look at the flight patterns now at that airport that are being used. It's kind of in and out, left and right. I mean, I don't know how they do it.
Well,
I mean,
that's the deal. Is there's a system in place. It works quite well if it's used correctly. If people follow what they should be doing. If you don't have fucking idiots flying through the middle of a goddamn flight path.
Yep. I'm amazed. Let me tell you something.
So
when I was flying all the time, especially, I would take every rosary in the house when I had to fly through JFK. All right.
Oh, wait a minute. Gigi learned about the rosary last weekend.
Oh.
Oh, did I ever learn about the fucking rosary last weekend? Holy cow. You know what? Those people become Catholics because they literally, it's like a Chinese water torture test, except they do it with words. They say the same 7 to 10 words over and over and over, and you repeat
That's
the
only
same
at a
7 to
funeral,
10
Gigi,
words.
a funeral.
Oh my God.
She was upset.
She could have died. She could have died twice, I'm telling you, in the time it took us to get through just the rosary.
They had to do the 7 Hail Marys, and she didn't know what the hell was going on.
No. Oh, no.
She
When
was
Sean
lost
said,
in
"Oh, we're going to
space.
do the rosary," I'm like, "Oh, okay, that'll be a quick thing." And no, 20 minutes later, they're still saying the same 7 words. I'm like, "Are you kidding?" Okay, I'll give my soul to Mother Mary, Jesus, and God. If we can just stop saying that. Just stop saying it.
Oh my goodness.
It was a sight, let me tell you. Oh,
but in JFK, there were planes one is taking off, the other one's landing, but like, to me, I'm looking out and I'm going, that plane is heading right towards us. But
It appears that way.
It used to be like a beautiful ballet with danger. I was like, I can't believe, like, I would admire, because I'm like, holy crap, and everything. Nope. But when I saw what was going on, I was like, that's it. I'll stay put for a while.
Arby said between the no-fly zones over the Capitol and the other airports' military landing strips, the approaches are so difficult and limited.
Yeah.
okay. So look at this here. Okay, so this, let me see if I can make it bigger. Okay, this is the helicopter, right? This is his flight path. You see his little, right? He stays on the river, right, and heads straight for. I just don't get this. I don't understand.
Yeah, but technically,
so training or not, I still don't get this.
Looking at it this way, there's the bridge. That's what I couldn't find earlier on that first video. He tells him, when you get to the bridge, travel behind it.
Okay, what that means.
He
Okay, now I
was
know what that
wait,
means. Okay, mouse, 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 mouse,
What I'm
mouse.
saying is
No.
wow.
Okay, just a second. Let me explain something. Like, when he says get behind him,
No, he said
now
he said
I think he was going into land. So here's what happens. You have one plane, he's coming into land, right? Okay. They'll tell you, okay, you get behind the next guy and land.
no,
So
that's not what I mean. In the transcripts from the tower that we were listening to yesterday, you can hear him tell the helicopter. First he asks him, "Do you have visual?" And apparently he did say, "Yeah." And then he further gives him instructions that when you get to the bridge, pass behind the plane. And he read off the plane. Well, if he misidentified it, I don't know. But what I'm looking at is he was already over the bridge when air traffic told him that. Look, he had already gone over the bridge.
I don't know, because I don't know where the bridge is.
The highway that runs across the river right there.
This isn't the highway. If you're talking about
Oh,
this
wait.
blue, this
Hold
is all
on.
flight path.
That's helicopter.
This is all
Oh,
flight
okay.
path.
I still don't see the bridge then. I can't. That's what I was
Well,
looking
I
for.
think
was
the bridge is clear back here.
to determine where he was when he heard the message versus how far he traveled. Does that make sense? That's what I was trying to judge. But I still can't find the bridge that he was talking about.
Okay, well, now let's go look and see how
Anyway,
he
go
actually
ahead.
done this. Because let me go back to this one, because this one is the one that just shows. It shows like specifically. I mean, I don't know how many times you can almost take out aircraft and not take out the aircraft, and then actually take out an aircraft and it not be your fault. Let's just go to it, because this, for me, this just says it all. Okay, here. Where is it? Hey, expert, what's up? How are you, sir? Okay. Well, come on, you piece of shit. Why aren't you working?
Let's go back over what you were going on. I'm sorry.
Okay,
I
here we
didn't
go.
mean to distract you.
All right. No, look right here. Okay. Here we go. Watch this. Okay.
Is that dark mark the bridge? That's why I'm looking
right
for
there. Almost correct. Right there. Almost hit.
Okay.
So is
All right,
that
gotcha.
blue in there, the Potomac?
Yeah.
That's the flight path
Because
for
the
helicopters.
instructions, yeah, that's what I said. The instructions he gave him were when you get to the bridge, pass behind him. But though, like, he didn't finish that. And I was trying to see how far from the bridge he was. So there, okay. Yeah, he was. It's still quite a ways from the bridge, wasn't he? So, like, are those considered bridges?
There's the bridge.
Okay. Huh.
And take note of where the other aircraft is right before they hit. Look where the other aircraft is. Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
Mhm.
Right here. See this one? It's not. It's right up here. Sorry. Just a minute. Nope, it is that one. That's the one. I'm telling you. I mean, how many times? How many near misses?
Yeah. And that was just that one path.
These are aircrafts. Second near crash.
See, he's already cleared the bridge right there. That would be the bridge. He's already over the bridge. And this airplane hasn't even come in.
This is exactly, I mean, he is literally going in his flight
Right.
path. I just don't. So to say, that's why I say when everybody's like, well, it's an accident. I don't necessarily think it was an accident. I'm sorry. I just don't. I think there was something, I don't know. I negligence at the very least, but I think there was more to it. I mean, how do you almost have 3 or 4 near misses before you actually then hit an airplane? The current video
but my
you're
point
showing
is, what
doesn't
they said is the
mention
military
altitude.
uses the Potomac River as a flight path. So they go around the river. So all those near misses were right near the Potomac River.
That's
I don't know.
true, Arby. It doesn't show altitude, but it's still
as a citizen, I do not want to be one of their training dummies. Let me put it that way. And them training around us, that makes us their training dummies. And they lost 65 of their 4 of their training dummies. And let's not forget some of those were kids. All for the sake of training? Fuck that. Train somewhere else.
I don't know. I say they just have to work out the logistics of it. I mean, because of this tragic accident, because they said the military always trains around the Potomac River. And that plane was coming in for a landing over the Potomac, however the freak you say it, river. And the helicopter probably saw the one taking off, I'm assuming, and didn't realize there was one literally right in front of him, and they crashed head on.
Because all these people are not qualified anymore. Yes, they've been doing it for 1,000 years, these things with the military in the Potomac.
So they've got to work something out. The military's just going to have to go train somewhere else, and
well,
no,
you got to get qualified people.
They have to get qualified people. If they've been doing it for 1,000 years and we haven't had a problem.
So no more hiring retards.
Exactly.
Let's start there.
Because
who
right,
was the
so you
retard?
If you move the military and you say, okay, don't go to the Potomac, the same idiots are going in the plane, so they'll just crash someplace else.
All of those pilots have thousands and thousands of training hours. This was a yearly mission. I don't know what it was, but supposedly an annual mission that they have to take to keep this license.
Yeah, but if they lowered the standards, like I'm just throwing this out. Let's say you had to have an IQ of 120. So now to make all these other people qualified, they turn around and they go, okay, you only need an IQ of 80. Mm-hmm. That's a big difference.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
They've lowered and lowered the standards. They've done it in the police force, the army, all over the place.
all of this just makes a compelling case to stay away from cities and high traffic areas.
Amen.
Thank you.
But it still also means that we
I'm
really
like
do
a
need to
target
change
zero.
the standards.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yes.
yeah, exactly. You are. Sorry, Mishka. You're it. Fucking.
I'm glad you all have my back.
That's right. You are at ground zero. Jesus.
There were times when the military, ever since 9/11, okay, and everything else like that, there's times that there are military helicopters. I swear they're going to land in my backyard. That's how low they are. That my sister's kids, when they were little, because, they would play army and stuff like that, they would yell, incoming, incoming.
Yeah.
That's how low these
Yeah.
planes were.
The last 4 years we've had, like, they rattle our windows where they didn't used to so much. And now it's like they fly so low and right. See, again, lowering those standards. Yeah, it's amazing how many standards. You think about anything. I mean, there's lots of standards that have been reduced, and this is how long have we been talking about standards and the reduction and what happens when you do shit? I mean, it's not like everybody needs a babysitter, but there are certain things, because for some reason we're all a bunch of retards and we can't use common sense, so we need rules and regulations that tell us, okay, that you can't do that. Nope, you can't do that either because you'll die. I mean, I don't understand it, but maybe that's, I don't know. Mexico seems to have a lot of people, and they don't have signs saying do not enter that huge hole right there or you'll die. They just nobody steps in the big ass hole in the middle of the road. They just go around it. It's amazing how it works. I didn't see a dog in there, a cat, a person, nobody. But they got big ass holes all over in Cabo. With no guardrail, nothing around it, no cones, no fucking caution tape, nothing.
This all started
and nobody
in the
was in the hole.
70s. They fly over the Potomac because they routinely fly top military officials in and out of D.C.
Well, great. They can use the same fucking flight patterns that everybody else uses. How about that? What makes them so fucking special that they don't have to use a flight pattern?
I think you need to go to the White House and have a talk.
They'll never let me in the White House.
I know they wouldn't. They'd say, her, take her away now.
I'm sure the Pentagon would love to explain it to you.
I'm sure they would. They'd my whole family would be stuck in prison.
Oh no. They would put me in Guantanamo.
Right?
No, everything's gone stupid. Remember last year, Gutter, on one of your lives, I found out that the Venetian blinds are now cordless because we're afraid somebody's going to hang themselves with them. Children are going to hang themselves. I don't know. We all grew up. None of my friends, we hung us. I mean, I'm not,
Yeah.
people
right?
do that.
But isn't
But
it
I'm just
amazing?
saying, you don't let your kids wrap the cord around your neck. That's where the parents come in and say, "Oh, little Johnny, don't do that."
Right. There's supposed to be some supervision there.
I tell you, just not easy living in this world.
Hey, Andy.
Well, it amazes me. Hey, Andy, it amazes me
And he's
how
talking to
easy
you,
it
Gigi.
used
He
to
said,
be.
hello, lunatic.
I said hello, Mr. Andy.
He actually said lunatics. I just gave it to you, lunatic.
Well, I mean, come on. Birds, what is it about?
No, I
Flocking
ain't playing
together.
that party today. I don't know. It's just, the whole thing is just tragic. That's the bottom line.
Right? Remember, the road is slippery when wet. Exactly. Duh. It's like, don't put your finger in the light socket. Don't do that.
God.
Unless you like curly hair.
Mm.
Don't tempt me.
I just don't
It makes me
understand
think
it.
of the one day I said to my son, we were out in his garage and we're out in his shop and he has a big wood stove out there. And Lucas was getting a little too close to it. And I was like, ooh, you're going to burn yourself on there. Don't get so close. And Sean goes, he'll only do it once. I said, John. He goes, Mom, you always let us figure it out. I don't understand. How come you try to protect your grandkids? You never protected us. You let us figure it out. You would sit right there and go, watch. He's going to put his hand on that stove. He's going to realize real quick not do that again. Now, I never really did that. But he does have a point because there are lots of things I would be like, I told you 3 times you didn't want to learn. You're going to learn now. And they usually learned, but I mean, I tried not to do it to where I knew it was going to be something that was going to kill them. We tried to keep it under wraps in the sense of, okay, well, he'll learn not to stick that tape on his hair because when he rips it off, it's going to hurt like hell because he's going to rip off half his hair with it. They learn. I mean,
but, Wanda, glad you're back. Oh, Wanda had said there's a blizzard by her up in the prairies.
Yuck.
Mm.
Way back when Venetian blinds were invented. Yep. Parents said they're cots.
Cots.
They're cots. They're cots. Pushed up against the windows and young babies were hung accidentally. I know. We also, I mean, it's amazing to me that people leave their kids in a car too. I mean, I don't have my grandson every day, but I can't imagine getting out and going, oh shit, Lou's still in the car. How did I forget that? And mind you, I might be talking to somebody on the phone while and I still don't forget him in the car. I don't understand how you forget them in the car. Even if you're going to work, even if you're the dad. Marvin he's got 50 different things that's going on in his brain. And, he still never forgot our kids in the back seat.
Oh, well, now they're putting alarms in the seats.
Oh.
So when you get out, an alarm will go off not to forget your children.
And if you don't have the money for a phone and an alarm, well, then you just put your phone in the back with the kid, because then you won't forget your phone.
Yeah, or put your purse in the back seat, or put your lunch, something that you seem to remember to grab your lunch, but not the baby.
I don't know. I did not have those kinds of kids that you forgot were back there.
They never shut up long enough.
It was a solid screen from the time you clicked it in until you got to the destination, and the whole trip was trying to get another kid to get it quiet.
Mine was, you're looking out my window. He's looking out my window, Mom. How come he gets to look out my window? Because he's sitting in the middle. And there's only 2 windows.
Mom, he's touching me. He's touching me. He's touching. Like, I did not have those kids that were like, I'm just not here, Mom. Like, I didn't have that. So I don't know how you forget your kids in the car.
I don't really either.
That's great news, Wanda. Have a great lunch with them.
Sometimes I wished I'd have forgot my kids in the car.
There were times I actually stood there and thought,
I could just leave them sitting in the car seat.
Is it more destructive to take them into the store with me or to leave them in my car and my stomach? Don't you leave it? They'll destroy it. They will destroy it.
Yeah, you weren't worried about anybody stealing your kid. You were worried more about them trashing your rig.
Kim S. said her Subaru tells her to check the back seat. She said it's unbelievable.
Oh my gosh. That's crazy.
That would creep me out.
See, again, enabling us. Like, so what if that button doesn't work and then you forget your kid? Now it's going to be Ford's fault because the button didn't work that said, the light that said, don't forget your kid.
Yep. There you go, up the chain of command. Yep.
That's right. Now it's going to be Ford's fault.
Ford's having to recall 10,000 vehicles because that button goes out.
Arby said, why would a Subaru tell you doesn't it know it's only bought by lesbians and they don't have Oh, God.
Oh, that was funny as hell. My dad drives a Subaru. Last time I checked, he likes women, but he's not a lesbian.
I was trying to say the only people I know that own a Subaru is like old men.
That's so funny because our friend in Alaska, they put some roundabouts in Juneau, which they've never had before, and they put these roundabouts in, and our friend John's like, yeah, I can't even believe the dumbest fucking people are the Subaru drivers. None of them know how to go around a roundabout. Like they stop at every entrance. They stop and wait to see if somebody's coming or like the light's gonna change or something. It's like, Lord
Kaya
help us.
said, what about the grandmother whose 2 grandkids accidentally unalived within 12 months of each other and she got off both?
How did she accidentally unalive them? What did she do?
I don't know, but I gotta ask who in the hell let her watch the second one?
Yeah, I'd kind of like to beat the parents and her. I always stood on the front bench seat between my mom and dad. Yep. Yep. And they had a cigarette in one hand and a beer in the other, right?
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
And drove with their knee.
You know, I got to look that story up because I remember somebody telling me about that in the kitchen not too long ago. Could have been Big Dog. I'm not sure. I got to go look that up. That was horrific.
The first wandered off and drowned, and the second left in her car. Oh my God.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Thank you.
I can't even imagine. Oh my gosh.
Again, and I said, who said it was okay for her to watch the second one after the first one?
See, I'm not sure I'd let myself live through that. Let me just tell you that if something like that happened, I'm pretty certain I don't think I could sleep, and I don't think I could wake up the next day. I just don't. I just think I would be like, yep, I'm a piece of shit, and I'm just going to go. I mean, there's not anything I'd ever take myself out for. But let me tell you what, if that would be something I don't think I could live with. I
It's
just don't.
bad enough that, your grandkid is your kid and something happened to it on your watch, but you do that to your kids. That's their baby too. Like
She said she
did
just
that
had
to
a
her.
court case and the first wasn't allowed to be told to the jury in the second case.
Of course not, because, we have systems that can just fuck it all up. See, again, too many damn laws. It really is. It's too many laws. One bucks the next law. It just,
And then Kaya said, I guess this is with the second one. The mother had a hair appointment and her babysitter canceled.
My poor kids got lugged around everywhere I had to go. That was
oh gosh, Arby. I can't. Yeah, that's the kind of stuff that I'll literally not be able to fall asleep at night thinking about that kind of shit right there. Like what they went through. I can't even go there. I literally can't go there. Random person is also there, and that's what I knew. Toddlers and stairs. Oh my gosh. Stairs are another one that scare the hell out of me. My aunt died falling downstairs, so.
Oh no.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the ocean's one that always worries me. Well, water worries me. I had a cousin, her little girl was 4 years old, and they were at the beach in Idaho, and they had her 3 kids there, and her mom was there, and they were watching the kids and everything, and there were boats and stuff going by. And, well, they turned around, away from Angela, who was 4 years old. And by the time they turned back around, that quick, she was gone. When they found her, she had been hit by a boat. Her face, you could tell it right where the boat had hit her. It was awful. She was the most beautiful little girl. Oh, God, that was awful. Ugh. You never turn your back when you got kids near water. Ever, 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 ever. Because it's just that quick. Rivers are just as bad as oceans, and ponds are too. Ponds will suck them under because it's all that mushy shit underneath, and they get their feet stuck and they can't get out, and then they slide down, and next thing you know, they're underwater.
I don't.
Yeah, I imagine.
I think the lakes and ponds are worse because I think people think they're safer than the ocean. So they kind of get a little laxed, you know.
Yep.
Not my family.
A kid can actually drown in a teaspoon of water, which is amazing. If it goes down their throat right, if they suck it, inhale it right, it can. I mean, they can. I've seen where they've showed kids that inhaled water swimming and went to bed later that night and drowned.
Yeah. Dry. That's dry drowning. No, wait.
I think it is called dry drowning.
It is where the water gets stuck in them and then goes down into their lungs after they relax.
Yep. That's why if they do that, you always want to make sure, like if they inhale water or anything, you want to make them cough. You want to make them cough. You literally get them to cough however you can to get them to cough that. So it's going one way or the other, whether it goes down or up, you need it to go someplace. Because if it doesn't, if it just sits there, that's when later they lay down and it goes into their lungs and they drown. Oh, you think it's called second drowning? It might be.
Yeah.
Yeah, very scary stuff. I don't know. I still have questions, though, about this whole crash and whether there were survivors, because I just think it's really strange that 2 mainstream medias reported that there was 4 survivors and then turn around and not really reneged on it, never took back that statement, just
pretended like they didn't say it.
Yeah, exactly. Mishka, what's going on? How come we got... It says it's not connected, honey. It won't let me add you. Why is it doing that? That's really weird. Try to go down and come back, Mishka. See if that works. What's up, Art? Okay, I'm going to remove this one. Okay, there she did. Okay, try to come back now, honey. I was 9 or 10, and my parents let us swim alone all the time, that they sure we could swim. And there had to be 2 of us, no swimming alone. Yeah, that was back in the day. We did do a lot of that. But there were precautions. We always had to go with I always had to go with somebody older when I was younger, and they had to know how to swim. And, there were definitely rules that we had to go by, depending on what swimming hole we were at. Yeah, 3 feet of water, that'll hurt. Diving into that shit. Military should have IQ tests. Yeah, well, the problem is I'm sure they've reduced those tests too. I'm sure they've
It's all about standards. We just keep lowering them and with everything. Our meat, our food, just you name it.
I will be right back.
Okay.
I was going to say, Mouse, don't leave me with her alone.
Too late. You're stuck with me, bitch.
Listen.
Papa taught us how to swim and float in livestock water trough. Yep. The biggest thing that you can teach them is just turn around and get on their backs and relax. That's the biggest thing that you can teach them. If you can teach them that, then the rest, I mean, you want to teach them to swim, obviously. If they can be strong swimmers, it's better. But teaching them to just chill out, not freak out, is the biggest thing.
That could be a slogan. Chill out, don't freak out.
Yep, right.
I think that's with a lot of things, don't panic.
Mm-hmm.
Do not panic.
We had a pool when my daughter was born at 4 months. She took swimming lessons. She was a fish. Yeah, that's actually always been one of Marv's big fears. Like when our kids were, he wouldn't have nothing. He did not want us to have a swimming pool, like a real, like one at, we had one at the apartment complex, but when we lived in the apartment, but not our own pool. He just worried about the kids too much. Mishka, you're back.
I jumped in to save, keep her safe,
Yes,
protect her
thank
from
you. Yes, thank you. Everybody here needs protection from me.
Gurf, I could never learn how to swim, even took lessons.
You couldn't relax, could you, Gurf? Because relaxing's one of the biggest things. If you don't relax, it's like you just sink like a stone. Lays. Start scuba diving. You'll learn or die quickly about panic. Oh, I know. Marvin did. I didn't do scuba diving. Marvin did it, and the whole time I was like, I'm a little claustrophobic. That shit on my face, and then you put me underwater too. I'm not. I don't know. I mean, I could try it, but I have a feeling it would take me a lot, I think. Like Marv, he adapted to it. Like I don't know. He brain fucked himself into it, but I don't know that I could do that. It's the underwater with a mask on. It's that. I just don't know.
You'd be fine.
Be
I think with you, you'd have to give up control and just go with it.
Yeah. It's like learning how to swim, basically. I mean, because you have to learn how to relax, and that's a hard part if you're thinking about dying.
Well, I love the mask that they have now, which basically fits your whole face. So you don't have like the breathing thing in your mouth and then the eyepieces and everything. It's this whole thing that sits on your head. So.
Oh no, Sugar Britches. She said a friend of mine was on a cruise ship and they had to drain the pool because of the waves, and a drunk guy forgot and took a run and dove into the pool and died. Oh my God.
Unbelievable.
Oh God.
And this is why I don't do cruises.
Well, I think the thing should be you shouldn't get ossified while you're on the cruise.
Well, or at least have some kind of don't be so fucking blinded by fucking beer that you can't realize there's no water in the pool.
No, I don't
What's
think
up, Barbie?
I don't think ships should have a roller coaster on the top of them.
Well, for me, I still don't understand why they have a pool in an ocean.
You're in
the fucking
there were a bunch of coworkers I had that used to do like cruises once a year, and they would always get the open bar package. I never went with them, but they'd always all come back with like injuries and bloodshot eyes. This one PA came back one time with both of her eyes. She looked like a vampire or something because both of her eyes had subconjunctival hemorrhages, where you get bleeding into the eye from like blood vessels bursting. She got so sick she was vomiting over the side of the boat and woke up the next morning with both her eyes being all red.
Yeah, see, that doesn't seem like a whole lot of fun to me. Yeah, there's also
That's
something
kind of
about
fun.
like I don't let Marv take me like when we fly. I don't want to fly out over the water away from where I can't see land. Like I need to be able to see the land. I don't even really like to fly over the water. I'm like, no, because I feel like I have a better chance on land if we crash.
Oh, every time I fly to Israel and we're over the Atlantic, I makes me so anxious. And then the second I see the plane is over Europe, I'm like, okay, at least if something happens, we land on, we have a chance of landing somewhere. I can't swim through, a couple thousand miles.
right.
Like if we go down here in the middle of the Atlantic, we're fucked. We're just fucked.
Did you see what she said?
Anyways, said silly Gutter. They have
just gonna
fools
read
on
that.
ships because no one can swim fast enough to keep up with the ship. The swimming pool in this ocean. Okay, well, good point. I figured you could stop and let us take a dip. Fuck, is that hard? Where's Sheriff Shakes? You awake at Mom's house? Just go quietly. Oh God. Also,
my favorite band does a cruise every year. I'm very tempted to go if I ever found people that wanted to go too. But they sell out right away.
There's a cruise. I have to show this because if I don't, I'll be in trouble. So let's find it. There's a cruise coming up, and it is March 7th through the 10th. It's the Slob Olympics.
That sounds a little too messy for me.
And I'm in trouble because I haven't booked an
Don't worry,
room.
you're saving the most expensive stateroom for you.
Oh, right. Yeah. I'm gotta say that I don't know that. I'm pretty sure we're not going. I've already broke the news to Fools, but he's not real impressed with me. But we'll make another time to be able to, get together and hang out on that side of the country. And it'd be cool if we could get a whole shing-ding together and, not necessarily the Olympics, the Slob Olympics, but just a big get-together I think would be cool on that side of the country.
You sound like we're in Europe and you got to go from Switzerland
I know, right?
to England.
Well, no, but the problem is you have to take the time. And when you have, a husband that works, it's hard to get away and be able to,
And going from Switzerland to England is probably easier than going from one side of the United States to the other.
You know what, Arby? Let me have my moment, please.
I'm going to get coffee.
I've been attacked all day today by this one above you.
I know. I was saying I was thinking to myself, man, I'm just gonna hang out with Baxter for a while. I don't need to get into a discussion that turns into an argument.
Hey,
I'm good.
Well, don't say the A word because that's Gutter's trigger.
Nah, I won't stir the pot.
On that note, I have some rolls coming out of the oven, so I'll be listening. But take care, guys. Have a good weekend.
See
Bye,
you.
honey. You too.
Yeah.
Ask her, how's it going in New York now? Is it getting any better? Oh shit.
They need a few more months of deportations before things will get better up there.
Yeah.
They're so effed. I was watching some video the other day about how they put these rails up in the subways to try and stop people from jumping the turnstiles. Like that's going to change anything.
I have to say the new mayor is trying. We'll give him a A for effort.
I don't.
All right, B+.
I think you're being way too generous.
All right. God dang, just a B.
Damn, he's still being more generous than I would be, but each to their own. We can agree to disagree.
Yeah,
I think he's all talk and no actual.
Oh, I actually love New York.
I mean, I never used to mind visiting cities. I wouldn't want to live in them, but But yeah, when you
Where'd the coffee queen go?
government's
I know
taken.
she'd have something to say about New York.
No, but like they you can see with like who they've gone after from their legal system and things like that, and what they're choosing to spend money on. It doesn't seem to me like they're really fixing the things that they need to fix. I think that they're being pushed into corners to have to fix certain things and deal with certain issues.
I heard something today. A friend of mine was telling me her husband does contracts with the Coast Guard. So when they were saying about, the federal workers have to come back to work and blah, 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 working for the government, I just thought it was just a certain category. Well, they sent these letters to all of them. Almost over 1 million people. And I said, what do you mean? And she said, yeah, he got this email stating that he either has to come into the office to go to work or you can resign. They'll pay you. You have until, I think it was
September, yeah. Well, you have like 30 days to make a decision. They'll pay you until September.
They're asking them to leave in February and they'll pay them till
yeah, that's what I was just saying. Yeah. They have like 30 days to decide or something, and then they'll pay them in September.
That's crazy. What is it? 2 million, 1 million? I know it's a lot of people.
Well, I know a lot of people like that are spouses and stuff of people that I work with that have workers that are government workers have gotten similar stuff. Look, at the end of the day, I get that some people may be able to function from home, but I get where they're coming from, and I think that on some level the hope is that it'll run off a lot of these useless people that the government basically exists as a work for hire program.
Right, but he was hired as a teleworker. So, I mean, and this was 7 years ago. So this is way, before COVID. So I said, but he was hired. It doesn't matter. They sent these letters to everybody. So the office, right? There's 3,500 people and there's only 5 desks at the office. How are these people supposed to come back to work?
Yeah, I don't know. Like I say, I don't know that there was great forethought, but
it's crazy.
I don't have any sympathy for the people, at least that I've listened to, complain about this, that they were work from office people until COVID, and I don't care how much you claim you're being efficient from home. All the people that I'm listening to complain about it's because their lifestyle's easier, which suggests to me that they're not actually working as much as they claim to be.
Right, because like they were saying, one lady was complaining, who's going to get her kids off the bus? Well, it's how am I going to find daycare?
No more treats, buddy. I just gave you some treats, man. You just eat them too quick.
You got to get them those hard ones that take a little while.
I've gotten the ones that are supposed to take forever. He's a chewer. Like he'll take a tennis ball. You'll give him a brand new one, and in 10 minutes he'll have chewed it so much that it breaks in half. Like he's got that bulldog in him. He just sits there and chew on things.
Hey, Outlaw. I don't know where she is. She probably went to get coffee. She'll be back in a minute. Sorry. Arby, you're doing your coffee club tomorrow?
I'm here.
Plan.
I'm here.
Noon?
That's the plan. What's wrong?
Gigi, you all right?
Is that not okay?
Yeah. I'm looking for the link so I can see it.
Oh.
Is that not okay that he does it at noon?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm just telling everybody in chat that he's got a live stream tomorrow, Coffee Club at noon.
Here, Outlaw, if you check your DMs on
Outlaw,
Discord,
check your Discord.
if she didn't already send it to you,
Yeah,
I did.
I sent you one this morning.
Yeah, and I'm going to talk about AI a little bit while people, get in and get started. I know that the current topic is poor FAA function and, helicopters or whatever, but
One of the things that Marvin just brought up to me, he actually brought up a few things to me. He told me there's a video you can go to Blanco Lirio, who actually explains the whole flight patterns of each of the aircraft. And Mouse's was correct. They actually did change landing runways, but he just took a short runway. The other thing is that helicopter was supposed to be flying under 200, and he was at 400, which was exactly where the airplane that gets in its short path landing, that final, that's how it's going. It's on autopilot basically, and it's going to fly straight into that runway. And that helicopter was too high. He shouldn't have been that high. He actually has a flight path that puts them to stay under 200 feet. So he should have never been there. Again, making the military absolutely to blame and incompetent.
Yeah, no, I mean, I agree with that the whole time. The only thing that I was questioning was that flight path that people were showing and going, oh, look, there's a near miss here, a near miss there. Is I don't know if those were actually near misses because that flight path doesn't show altitudes.
Right. I agree.
So if you're 200 feet above me and, I'm flying in circles below you, then there's no, danger
I
there.
agree. Yep. Well, 200 feet would be a little closer than I'd want you to be, but
whatever. I mean, I don't know. That was just the number I used because that's what you had last said. But.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, even 200 feet, if you think that's really not that much distance for air. I mean, if you think about, I've watched us just going through an air pocket drop 500 feet, like out of nowhere, just poof. We're flying along, and all of a sudden Marvin will do it to me. Actually, he'll go underneath a cloud that will be just enough that it drops, and we'll drop like fucking 500 feet, like out of nowhere, just poof. And I'm like, son of a bitch, we're gonna crash. I hate it every time. Pisses me off. I had to make coffee because Marvin ran me out of coffee. So now I got to go get my coffee because it was making earlier.
But the guy that we were listening to on your video said the helicopter was not in the correct flight path, so he was above it. The guy had stated that when we were listening to the video. So there, it tells you the helicopter is not where it's supposed to be.
Yeah. Yep. So AI.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Kat.
Well, yeah. I mean, I was doing a little bit of reading into that Chinese AI, and then doing a little bit of kind of reading into what predictions are about, kind of AI taking over stuff.
And where are we going?
To hell in a handbasket, I think.
Yeah.
So that's not just because of AI. It's because we're morons.
Marv took all my coffee. He did. And I had to start a new pot. Them's divorcing, right? That's fucking grounds for a divorce. Take all my coffee. Hey, Outlaw, what's up? He's tapping away. Can you hear him?
Hell, God.
What are you doing, Outlaw?
You muted?
No, he just said God. I heard him.
Oh, I can't hear him.
He's having a reaction to having, to hear women's voices or something,
Right. Give him a minute. His He-Man woman hater syndrome is kicking in. Just give him a minute. He's got to readjust.
Gutter'S, Leah said, I would
come back, Outlaw, you fucker.
No, he was probably having some sound issues or whatever, and that's what he was getting annoyed at.
Maybe.
Gigi, Leah said, I would think the voice boxes would have something on them, right?
The black box, I think it has the radio. I think it does have that, but I don't know about. Does it have cockpit? Mark, does it have cockpit recording? The black box?
Yeah, I thought they
Yeah,
do.
it does.
So
Two
ask Marv,
boxes.
if they're orange boxes, why do they call them black boxes?
I asked that a long time ago and got nobody knows. It's
Oh.
here. Can you just sit down while I go get my coffee and explain this to them real quick? Here, come
Put them to work.
here. Fine. Here, it's okay that you don't have your hair done.
Oh gosh, we don't care about his hair.
All right, you guys, you got Marv.
Hello there.
Hey Marv, how's it going?
Hello.
Very good. Referring to the black boxes, in physical form, they're not black. They're painted bright fluorescent orange, so you can see it. There's two of them actually. One is what they refer to the FAA likes acronyms. They'll call it an FDR, which stands for Flight Data Recorder.
Right.
What the Flight Data Recorder is going to do is it's going to record all the parameters, every the outputs that's being put on the aircraft, the flight controls, what position, where they're at, the altitudes, the speeds. So it's going to give all of the data at the time of what the aircraft has done. It records it. The other one, what they call the voice recorder, which is another black box, it will record the conversation that's going on between ATC, which is their traffic control, the guys in the tower, and the pilots, what they're doing. Between the two, they read those tapes and they can get the information. Now, the problem being, especially with the voice cockpit recorder and everything, is a lot of those are only limited to 30 minutes of tapes. And then what it does is it re-records over the top of the previous conversations. You'll notice that there's going to be this gal from the NTSB. Her name is Horneray, I believe. I'm going to butcher her name. I know she's going to be explaining a lot of this from the NTSB through the investigation. She was the one that was in charge of the investigation with Alaska Airline when they lost the door over Portland. She's very good. She's really good. And we all learned, meaning everybody that's involved in the aviation community and maintenance and everything, we learned the information through her talking about. She's pretty transparent. So she's on that case right now in DC. And she's going to come up with the information and will explain it to the public. She pretty much does it in layman terms where everybody can understand. But they've already recovered one of those.
Yeah, I saw that.
Black boxes, which are orange, and there will be another one. So they'll put the two together, but they've already got the information, the recording from ATC had already been done. And in that, the ATC, that aircraft, the American aircraft, which was flown by PSA Airlines, was coming into land, and it was landing was going to be on runway 1. The 1 stands for basically a heading of 10 degrees. They always drop the 0 off of the end on the runways. So they were getting ready to land on 1, and then he asked him if he could, the ATC asked the pilots if they could take the shorter runway, which was 33. 33 would be a magnetic heading of 330. And they dropped the 0 off, so the runway is 33. What they do is when they accepted that, the pilots did, they went on that heading of 330, and there they pick up two radio aids, which help bring them to the runway. These radio aids are tied in with the autopilot on the aircraft, which will follow. You've got first a localizer, which is set up on the glide path. So the localizer keeps them with directional control. It keeps them on a magnetic heading of 330. Now, that's for directional control. That's going forward. And then there's another part of the approach on the on the landing approach, which is called the glide slope. That gives them their vertical setting up down. It's at 3 degrees is what it's set at, and that gives them the altitude. It comes in at a 3-degree angle. So between the two of them, between the localizer and the glide slope, you're set up right on a path to follow, to descend all the way down to the runway. And that's a control zone that the aircraft was already established on, was heading in. He accepted it, and the ATC had given permission to go on that. It was cleared to land. And then the problem come with the helicopter flying in the area. He did have a published altitude for helicopters.
Right.
The collision took place at 400 feet altitude. At his limit, where his altitude, his ceiling was, following over the river there, he should not have been above 200 feet.
Right.
It varies.
I mean, that's the thing that stands out to me is like, I don't know that there's going to be much to glean from the plane's flight recorders, but like, and I don't know if there are recorders on the, like a black box type thing on the Black Hawk, but the military ain't going to let that go public. Like,
right now they will be. They will. It's going to be, because this investigation now gets turned over to the NTSB. And that's where I was telling you that this gal that's in charge of it, they're collecting information. There's a lot of information she can't give out, but she will be. She's very good. She's very transparent with the public of giving information out. That's what I've seen her do in the past, and I've seen her do several of these. And they will give that out. It's pretty much already been known on the through the ATC recordings and everything. I told my wife to refer everybody over to, there's a YouTube channel, a guy by the name of Juan Brown. He's a American airline pilot, and he has a YouTube talk show on investigations on aircraft and stuff. It's called Blanco Lario. He's very good. He's quite professional, and he brings it out. And I went to his show, and that's where I found out about the published charts for the helicopters, what his routes were.
I'll post the most recent video to the group on Discord if anybody's looking or interested.
Yeah, Blanco Lario. He pulls up the maps and explains the altitudes and everything else, and he does a very good job.
Marv has a question for you. He wants to know, do the Blackhawks have any kind of flight recorders?
Yes, they do. Yeah. In my opinion, yes, I'm sure they do.
Yeah, they do. My only thought was that like the military is going to want to try and control that information.
They probably will, but they are going to work together with the NTSB. So, I mean, there's there's nothing there that's going to save them or keep them, that they're going to be able to keep away, because that information was already recorded through ATC when they were coming through their area. So the tower is also going to be, all of that's recorded. The recordings are going to show up in the CRJ 700 that went down with both the voice cockpit recorder and the flight data recorder. Both of those boxes will be recovered, and they should, depending on the with the condition of them. The problem with I'm jumping around with the Alaska Airline flight that they had in Portland is the aircraft came back intact. Everything was fine. Everything, when they landed and the batteries were left on, the power. Well, I mentioned to you that there was a 30-minute time on that. Well, the recording got recorded right over because the power was still left on the aircraft, and they lost that information. So they're trying. There's new laws. They're trying to extend that out, that those tapes will last for an hour, and the power has to be off to stop them from continuing to record over the incident or accident. So I'm going to hand this back over to Gutter. And,
all right. You sure you want to leave? We'd rather talk to you than Gutter this morning.
Well, I have one last question.
Yes.
Negligence or accident? No, I'm just stirring the pot.
He's just trying to stir the pot because your wife was screaming, but it was still a tragic accident. And
yes,
she
it
gets
is.
my blood up. Yes, okay. So if they were negligent, I understand that, but it's still a tragic accident. I'm not saying it's an accident like you ran a stop sign because whatever. I'm saying it was a tragic accident. Yes, there could be neglect, but it was still an accident. No, she's screaming at me. Oh God!
As I say, I'm just stirring the pot.
I'll get her later on the phone.
That's why I encourage her to use YouTube and Facebook, because she's arguing with everybody else. She's leaving me alone. All right. Well, I'm going to turn you back over to the punishment.
Thank you for the information.
Yeah. Bye.
Thank you, Marv. Arby said it's not in the military's interest to cover anything up at this point.
Okay.
I ain't giving him none for a week now.
I'll leave him alone. Hey, is Outlaw backstage?
Hey, I'm the one that was stirring the pot. Okay.
Yeah, everybody said there's
all right. Well,
Arby.
you ain't getting none for a week either, Arby.
I mean, I've been getting it for a long time. So what is a week?
He could wait the week.
No, Outlaw is not back there yet. I think he's trying to get his computer up and going. It's got to update now. So the computer will end updating, for fuck's sake. I know. Pain in the ass.
Ugh.
So yeah, that Blanco Lario, anytime that you guys have issues, like you have questions regarding flying accidents, anything like that, that is a really good channel to find good information on. He usually will explain it, and he really does know his shit. So
yeah, and for people that use Discord, I posted it to the Gutter's Pub Discord chat page thing.
oh, there you go. Thank you.
Yeah.
7% updated. Oh my God, you're gonna
God.
be there for a while, Outlaw.
We'll see you at Arby's tomorrow.
No doubt. There's a little man in there trying to build a wall for you or something. I mean, 7%.
So we were while you were getting your coffee before your husband came up, we were talking about all these federal layoffs, and I thought it was only designated to one particular community, but now I find out it's almost a lot of federal workers.
Yes.
Yeah, no,
it's about time.
Mm.
I mean, this is the Trump way. Unfortunately, is he does things from like a hard-headed standpoint and doesn't, think stuff through as much. I'm not surprised, and I'm not surprised that there are people that are going to get, caught up in it that were not necessarily hired as in-office workers or all the other stuff.
Yeah, that was. I mean, they were explaining to me today on my ride to go to my daughter's, and I was like, "What? Huh? No, I thought it was just. Oh God, Jesus."
Well, that's why I wondered on some level if it was a scare tactic to try and get people to resign. And then, they would go back and be like, okay, well, we reevaluated and your position isn't going away, but I don't know.
Well, I'm hoping that a lot of positions are going away. I'm hoping they literally down. I mean, that's what needs to happen. There are so many positions that don't even need to be there. I mean, it just.
Well, this is why I keep saying so much of the federal government is just make for work programs for people that have these useless like social science degrees and things like that, all these like DEI degrees, middle managers. That's really what all of it is. They get people to go to college, take out a ton of loans for it, and then they give them some government job that they do basically nothing.
Yep.
We
pay for their school.
House of the DOJ.
Yeah. Well, I have a feeling that he will be cleaning that house up.
Yeah, I mean, I would start with all of those, DOJ based agencies for sure.
Yep.
FBI falls under that. ATF falls under that.
Yep.
I mean, I don't see him, even with all the big talk about getting rid of income tax, I don't see that happening overnight.
Well, I don't think it was ever intended to happen overnight. I don't think that, I mean, no common sense tells you there's nothing, that you could logically look at and go, yep, we can just cut it out right now and that'll be that, and nothing will suffer from it. Way too much would suffer for us to just completely cut it out. But I do think that starting by getting rid of a ton of government is going to be a huge way to be able to cut back on how much taxes we really need to be forking out.
I mean, look, every time there's a whatchamacallit, a situation where they close the government because they can't get budgets passed, there's always the essential functions continue. So that just goes to show you how many like unessential functions there are. Like if you could shut all that down for a little while and figure out what you don't need, that would save a lot.
Art, what do you mean? Doge set up a server to do government-wide email broadcasts. So the email went to everyone, even people not subject to OMB, which is a problem, but that's Trump. I don't understand.
So the email they sent out just went government-wide. It wasn't targeted to the people that it was meant for specifically, is how I'm reading that. So it should have come through the Office of Management and Budget, or whatever it is, so that they could have determined who, was the right group of people to send that stuff to.
Yeah. Yep. Well, and again, I mean, with anything, this is something brand new. They don't normally have outside agencies that like this, I don't believe, that aren't really government employees. So, I mean, I think it's going to take a little bit to figure it all out of what they should have access to and what, where shit should be going and how it should be sent out. I mean, obviously, I'm sure that he doesn't have the setup that the government does regarding sending out emails. So, I mean, we all know that when you send out emails, if you don't send them to a specific bunch, and you just push all, it's going to go to everybody. So I would assume that but I don't understand. What's the OMB? What did you say it's called?
Office of Management and Budget, I think is what that stands for. It's
but even people that were fired years ago received this email.
I'm sorry, what? You both talked at the same time.
It's Office of Management and Budget. It's supposed to be the budget balancer, for the government. But government agencies don't know how to shrink; they just know how to grow. I mean, this is why, like, you see all these agencies that, feel they need to use their budget even if they don't actually have a reason to, and you end up with people buying like random crap just to use a budget.
Setting up the server is problematic because of security. It may also be illegal as it was implemented.
Well, what was it? Comey, forgave Hillary Clinton because she didn't mean it. So if they didn't mean it, then
nobody means it.
We
didn't mean to figure out that the government is fucking us over in every aspect, no matter what street or corner we look at. So we didn't mean it.
And outlaw is up to 27% now.
I know.
I only want to know when he gets to 69%. That's the only number I care about.
Well, I mean, hopefully it stops you at 69% long enough to get where you need to be. And then you can move on to 100%. But I mean, at least stop there long enough to,
And then
Click the
Sun
bean.
Honey said, I think it's supposed to be the OPM, Office of Personnel Management.
Mhm.
And Outlaw is at 48%.
And I know Sonny also mentioned that like she tried to get a job at the VA, and unfortunately, I think that a lot of these agencies were just DEI hiring, like you saw with that FAA thing I posted, where they're like, yeah, you know, we're looking to hire specifically people that have, you know, mental health issues and whatever else that can't be hired anywhere else, multiple amputees and and again,
You need
like I was
to
saying
go in as a gay
about it, I
woman.
was like, you know, look, I don't care if you're qualified for the actual role if you have some, you know, health issues or something, as long as you're actually qualified and can do the job. But they should be putting the qualifications for the job first, not the DEI qualifications.
What's up, Phil? How are you?
Well, our people voted for a bull in a china shop, so they're going to get bull in a china shop, and maybe things will get better, maybe things won't.
Well, I think that the
in
one
effect
thing is that we
over,
need to
so-
realize that nobody is perfect and nobody's going to do something exactly like we all want done. Everybody is different. If you know, I mean, that's just all there is. I mean, we'd all be a cult if you know.
Well, I keep coming
we
back
didn't
to that. I would rather the bull in the china shop, even if he messes some things up, than the further entrenchment of the, you know, bureaucratic state and the, you know, elite cronies who, the more you give them time to entrench themselves, will never get removed from, you know, running stuff.
Yep.
So, you know, I'll take a bull in a china shop that'll break some things, and you know, maybe somebody will come along and fix some of it after that.
Yeah.
All right. Outlaw's at 64%. He's reaching your goal soon, Arby.
He's reaching your goal. We need to know when you're at 69. Oh shit!
No, he
we
just
passed
jumped
it.
to 88.
Fuck! You didn't even get. Well, you didn't even get a stop at 69 and enjoy it. I mean, there was. It's just poof.
Just
It was
went
gone.
right by.
That's right. Good morning, Chaz. How are you?
Chaz.
All that happens when you act like a bull in a china shop is somebody calls animal control and you get a dart in the rear. I
ear, not
I beg
rear.
to differ.
And he already got one in his ear, so
Yeah, that's right. And I think he's done a lot, and I think he's done a lot of good in his short. How many days has he been in office? I mean, he's done more good in these short days than Biden did in all of his career of politics. Let's be honest.
he hasn't even gotten all of his cabinet picks confirmed yet.
Right?
I mean, look, and I'll take the. I know other people don't care about it as much, but the trans and the anti-DEI executive orders, I'll take those. I'll be happy about them.
Oh gosh. Those are one of my first ones I wanted. Oh,
Chaz
he's
said
a
your
lovely
husband sounds like
hubby.
a loving guy, a lovely guy.
For the right price, he too can be yours. No, I'm just joking.
You know, I was watching a video last night. I'm sorry, I'm going off course, Arby. That you can't download TikTok anymore or something they were saying. So people are selling their phones on eBay for like $15,000 to $20,000 so people can have TikTok if it's already downloaded on your phone. I was like, sign me up. You can have my phone. I'll get a new one.
See,
hell yeah. And I'll go without TikTok.
And I've never used TikTok, but when it went down, I got on it on my VPN just to mock the people I know that do like TikTok. I sat here in a Discord channel, like posting video clips of me watching TikTok, even though I never use TikTok. Just that one time, I for like a few hours used TikTok just to piss them off.
Oh, you're such a buster, Arby.
I
told them, you know, they could go get a VPN. It wasn't even that expensive. I even gave them a code that got them like 3 months off. But no, they didn't want to get a VPN. But they waited 2 days, and Trump brought TikTok back to them. So
Anyway, says I can keep Marv because he takes all the coffee and runs. Never trust anyone that does that. I agree. Anyways, never. I've tried to train him in all these years. He does good. He'll do good for, quite a few days, and then he falls off the wagon like today and doesn't. He empties the pot and walks away.
Well, maybe he figured you were too busy yapping, so he just figured, she ain't gonna drink it. I'll finish it.
He knows I'm going to get. I will stop the world to go get a cup of coffee. I mean, to tell you. Nice. I mean, we could. Don't stick up for him. What the fuck? You ain't his friend.
Man, I'm such a redneck in disguise. You know, I'm watching here on my second monitor while we chat.
Oh Lord,
I
don't know.
Shaz said, "I like TikTok. It's hilarious and fun. Never run into wonkers on there.
Wankers,
wonkers."
Yeah, but all your keystrokes on every app you've ever used on your phone got nicked by China. So
Wankers.
There's fun with that one.
I agree. Anyway, every time. An empty coffee pot really frustrates me. I also don't like the coffee pot that's got just a little bit of coffee in the bottom of it that's been sitting there. Ugh.
She's burnt. Which is more important,
yeah.
having to pee or get a cup of coffee?
Get a cup of coffee.
That's from Gurf.
Get a cup of coffee. But usually I do both. I get a cup of coffee. I come set down my coffee. Then I hurry up, run back, go pee, wash my hands, and run in here as quickly as I can.
I tell you.
Oh, I won't choose peeing over getting my coffee. I mean, unless my bladder's going to explode. I mean, but I've trained it well.
Let me turn on the coffee pot and then I'll come back.
That's right. I've danced to the bathroom after making coffee. I'm not ashamed to admit it. Like, pee danced all the way. Hoo, 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 hoo. Am I going to make it? Am I going to make it? Or am I going to piss down my leg before I get there? Yep. I've done it. What are you watching now, Arby?
Demolition Derby.
Fucker.
Multitasker.
I mean, I got two monitors.
Because we get bored. We get boring, and then he's like, fuck it, I'll do something else while they're boring me to death.
Nah, they'll come back. Sometimes I'll play a video game, but I was paying attention to the conversation, so.
You do know that's like a sign, what do they call, that's a sign of a Gen Zer or whatever, is like they have to have two things going at once, or.
I've been doing that for years. I used to play video games and listen to like podcasts or lectures. You know, I got ears and eyes. They don't always need to be doing the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
That right there is a hanging offense right there. Right there. If you take my last bit, it's almost worse if you take my last bit of creamer than it is if you take my last bit of coffee. Let me just tell you. Because let's be honest that when I go out to get coffee, I'm really putting creamer in my cup and splashing some coffee in there. So if you take my last little bit of creamer, we're going to have, I mean, at night before I go to bed, I look to make sure there's enough creamer. If there's not, I will make Marvin stop on his way home to grab some, or I will go and grab some because I am not waking up the next morning without having creamer. Oh, no. But I also leave, I'll take a can of sweet cream and leave it in my pantry. And then if I have to use that will suffice if I have to use that.
Christ, in the morning, that was painful.
I would say you could have had a baby in this time.
Well, my avatar could have had a baby, but
how are you?
Oh my God.
Now,
well, other than that, I'm great.
Good to hear.
Jesus Christ, this computer acts like a kid, man.
I know,
I had
mine
to
does
burp it,
too.
pamper it, and put a dop on it, and
Yeah, I don't know why. Yesterday, when I tried turning my computer on, the screen wouldn't turn on. I had to like restart it twice, and then it worked fine.
Well, when I tried to join y'all a while ago, the sound just completely went out. I'm like, what is going on here?
Mine
Couldn't
does
listen
that
to
too.
anything.
Oh, Outlaw, I don't know if you saw, but I tagged you in a post of a YouTube short I found that might be useful for one of your shows.
Where'd you
I
send
can,
it?
I'll just DM it to you. I had posted it in the Unstable Kids Discord. But here, now that I'll just send it straight to you.
Shaz, that should be, well, it's probably because it's got a bunch of shit in it that your country won't let you have, and our country feeds it to us by the gallons. But I think that my creamer actually doesn't have tons of shit in it. Probably does have shit it's not supposed to have, but I drink the Carnation Nestle sweet creamer. The sweet
Oh God, that's probably all chemicals.
Oh, it's so good.
No, actually, she
all the
read
shit
the
you
ingredients one day, and it wasn't that bad.
Yeah, it was better than we thought.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna keep eating my potatoes. I'm gonna cook them in all the seed oils, and I'm gonna put.
God forbid
I'm gonna
she ever
slap
they
you.
stop making it. She can make her own homemade.
That's right. Yep. Haha.
Although she said it wasn't as good as the one from the store.
It wasn't. It wasn't.
Speaking
I
of
tried.
which, did you chase off Oilers because you made fun of him too much for eating fast food?
I don't know what the fuck, dude. He's just left me. It's fucking abandoned me. I'm calling you out, Oilers.
No, I think he
Husband
just has
gets
other
DNA.
plans for 2025, and it wasn't YouTube.
It is still YouTube. He has his Groovy Yeah channel, so he's still doing YouTube.
Trying to be nice to
He
you.
doesn't like me.
Has nothing to do with you.
He doesn't like me.
Husband gifts DNA and divorce papers for Christmas. Oh, that looks like a good one.
Yeah.
DNA.
I thought that would be perfect for one of your shows.
Oh,
Because I can't help myself. I do the short thing, even though I don't, sometimes on YouTube, even though I don't do TikTok. But
Darby's a
flipping
traitor.
through that, and the second I see that one, I'm like, oh shit, that was for Outlaw. Oh God, I got to that shit to him.
So usually with some guys, when they suspect their woman cheating on them, they get a DNA test, right? And apparently, he must have caught her cheating on him. And the baby wasn't.
So he does he did a DNA test, and I guess the kid wasn't his. So he packs up a Christmas present for her, and inside is pre-filled out divorce papers and the DNA test.
Oh shit!
And she's like unwrapping it like it's an actual gift. Yep, just. But yeah.
Does it show her face when she sees it?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
No, he's taking the video.
Hmm.
Yeah.
He's standing there with his camera, like
Oh, they do a video.
And is she knocked up, or is the kid's born?
Oh, the kid, I don't know how old the kid is. They don't say, but old enough that
That poor kid.
you
That's
know.
the sucky part about that whole thing is the kid fucking pays that whole thing.
Well, that's like
Because she had to be a dumb bitch.
Well, I'm sure you've seen the clip from like one of those judge shows. I forget one of the ones with a black woman judge. I forget all their names, but where this woman, they're over a custody issue or something, and they get a DNA test, and the guy's been a dad to this kid, and they tell him that he's not the actual father, and he's like falling apart, breaking down, and the woman is cheering like she just won some award, and the judge admonishes her and is like, what is wrong with you, lady? You just cost your child a father. Like,
Yeah.
this man has been in his life or her life and has been a father to this kid, and all he wanted was to be the father, and you're cheering because you cost your child that. What's wrong?
Like it's a fucking card game or something.
Yeah.
Selfish bitch.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Who makes the creamer? Always thinking of it, like trying it. Oh, it's Carnation or a Nestle, I believe. Was it
Yeah,
Nestle?
Nestle Carnation, sweet
I
cream.
mean, look, you know, I've seen men willing to move hell and high water over their kids. You know, they don't play about their kids like that. And I'm gonna tell you, you know, when a man finds out that a child ain't his, I've seen it in my own group of guys over there. Man,
That's crushing. I mean,
it is.
it's yeah. I mean, as the woman, how would you like it if they fucking told you? And I know it's impossible, but for them to say that, well, actually, it's not impossible. You have your kid at a hospital, and then somewhere in the fucking nursery, they swap kids, and 15 years later, you find out the kid you raised wasn't even your kid. I mean, even that would be devastating. I can't even imagine. But for you to actually lie and you know, through the whole situation and do it to this degree, I mean, this is just insane. You are really screwing the kid of all things.
Yeah, here you go. I found this is the clip I'm talking about.
Rasmussen. When it comes to 3-year-old Zaylee Rasmussen, it has been determined by this court. Mr. Rasmussen, you are not the father. Miss Miller.
You respect
that poor baby.
Miss Miller.
See, that's disgusting on so many levels.
That's
right
a lot
there.
of nerve considering the
Me and her
alternative
mom
is
were
somebody that
here.
don't want nothing to do with you.
And like the rest of this case, like he was driving like 40 minutes or 50 minutes multiple times a
see
week.
the child.
Kid, you know, and giving money to her.
Or your child. That's a lot of nerve.
He don't care.
You just showed me where your priorities were right
Look
there.
at him.
Because I held out hope that you weren't just acting a fool because you so mad at him because he cheated on you,
Yeah, it's disgusting.
that you would cheat your child out of a father. But that cheering you did, what you cheering? I'm a single mother with nobody that loves me or my child. What you cheering for?
I'm not.
No, you were.
Yes, you
He
are.
is
No
over here
shit.
breaking down because he loves this child so much. I sit here day after day after day with women hoping a man would drive 16 miles to see their baby, much less 160 miles each way, and abide
Yeah, I mean, it's just insane.
by a court order and sign a birth certificate and come day after day and week after week so they can grow visitation to have a relationship with a child. And you have no compassion for not just him, but for Zaylee. She's 3 years old. Now,
Look at that.
he's not just going to be heartbroken. We got to break this news to her. And y'all over here cheering like it's a sport. This is this baby's life. And I asked you, where's this other man? I don't know. And you know he don't want
And
nothing to do with you.
Y'all wonder why the suicide rates in men are so high? That right there.
I mean, it'd be one thing if like he knew that it wasn't his daughter and he chose to get involved and, you know, be a parent regardless. But
The part that I do love is the fact that the judge is actually berating her and going, you know what, bitch, this ain't okay. This is not okay for you to do this. It's just not. And I would hope that she'd say, you know what? He still gets visitation. How you like that?
Sitting up there cheering. Mr. Rasmussen, I am so sorry. I know this hurts you.
Thank you, Your Honor. I don't know what I'm going to do. She's my whole world. Everything I do is for her. She was the reason I went to work every day.
Oh, no.
I know you have a bond with her.
I feel like my whole world is in ruins now.
Oh. Miss Miller, I'm going to say this to you before I adjourn court. Your child deserves to know who her father is. Whether or not that man wants to be in her life, physically present and participate. He does have a legal obligation to help support her financially. It's important that you make this right. She'll one day ask, where's my father? Every action you take from this point will write the story that you will later have to tell her. I wish you the best of luck. We have
Yeah, man.
That's downright wrong.
The thing about it is the child would probably say, no, I don't want to trade daddies. I'm just going to keep my daddy. Thank you. I'm going to keep the daddy I have, the daddy I know. So, you know, it's always amazing to me that in the end, it's never what's best for the child. It's what's best for what they believe is best. What is, and I'm sorry, but is that really best for the child? This child already knows that. Child's 3 years old. She's already totally attached to that man.
Yep. Yep.
He should never lose visitation. I'm sorry, he shouldn't. I don't, and I'll bet you he would say, I don't want to lose visitation. I don't care if I'm her blood father or not. I am her dad. I think we've lost a lot by not realizing what relationships create. And I mean, I'm sorry, but a lot of times they're thicker than blood.
Man, that'll rip your heart out right there.
Mm-hmm.
But that's what happens when you have a culture full of people that don't hold women accountable. And you've got a system designed around it to make money off of both them and men.
Mm-hmm. Well, and think about it. It was also, I mean, the system didn't think about anybody. It's what I've always said about parents regarding kids and co-parenting and all this shit. If they actually just thought about the kid, their co-parenting wouldn't be nearly as hard. If they only thought, if they put the kid first, their co-parenting would be it would be so easy they wouldn't even know they were co-parenting. But the problem is it's all about which adult is it fair for? It's never about the kid. It's never about the kid. It's not. It's the laws weren't even wrote for about the kid. They were wrote about for who is going to be fair to the adult to, which, you know, is it going to be fair to these adults? Who's going to get which day and who's going to get which time and how much time are they going to get? No, fuck that. It's not what it should be about, ever. It should be about that kid.
Man, oh man, oh man.
I still can't understand why she's jumping up and down cheering.
She's disgusting. You're not smoking? What do you mean you're not smoking? How come you're not smoking? Oh, because you don't feel
probably. If I had to take a wild guess on that one, she probably found a man that was giving her everything financially she wanted. Probably down in that region too. I'm just taking a wild guess. I may be wrong on it, but typically when they're like that, it's because they're either getting a better deal out of someone else financially or sexually.
Well, it just shows her character. I mean, I don't think that all women are like that, but I definitely think that bitch she's a shitty individual.
No, not all
a
women
petty
are,
cunt. Yep.
The ones who are, you got a special seat in hell for you.
Oh, explaining your coughing. Gotcha, Arby. I know. I still fight the little bit of cough or whatever that's just continuing to kind of linger on after I was sick there a few weeks ago.
You're not smoking, but it looks like Scruffy's smoking.
Scruffy?
Yeah, in his picture. That's what I call dogs, Scruffies.
Oh, Scruffy. He does look like he's smoking. He looks like he's got a pipe hanging right out of the right side of his mouth.
Redneck nickname for him.
Yep.
Scruffy. Scruffer's over there smoking him a cigar. Yeah, my brother went through it. My niece and my nephew. Mommy wanted them to come live with them. And then when they got over there, they got to drink and go party and do whatever they wanted to do. It's fucked up.
It is fucked up. Who else I see was in here? Chrome. What's up, Chrome Dome? I know you probably already left by now, but hey, what's up?
Yeah, I seen Chrome in the chat. What's up, brother?
Yeah, everybody was talking, so I didn't get a chance to say hey, but you gotta keep my doggo and my catto away from my pipo tobacco. She's freaking catnip. That's kind of funny.
I had a cat that would straight take it out of your hands if he smelled it.
That's funny.
Yeah, he used to love catnip. He'd start rolling all over the ground and rubbing on things with his face, and he'd find out you had it, and he'd grab it out of your hand with his paw.
Oh, Crumb says he's been spotted. Now he's got to run. P. Digit says he's working and listening.
Nice.
We're all about the bitching. I mean, well, not really, but we definitely are able to figure out how to bitch and complain about whatever in this world is going on. That Blanco Lirio, he's got, I think his explanations are probably really good. He's got a couple of them, actually. I posted one of them, but there's also another one. So, yeah, he's pretty damn good at explaining accidents and all that in the air.
Yeah, I was listening to a little bit of that while my computer was restarting. That's wild, man.
Well, it's so frustrating. This is exactly why I've been so annoyed with the whole drone thing of letting them let people get drones and fly them up in the air. And, you know, I mean, that our plane's not very big. It wouldn't take much to take it out. I mean, and so it's, you know, it's always been one of my fears. I worry about birds in the air. I mean, that would take our aircraft out. So I just, you know, having shit like that in the air and no stipulations. I mean, they do have obviously some rules and regs for those drones, but it's still not, you know, helicopters can go a lot of places that planes can't go. So when you're talking about drones and they can't fly over airports and this and that, well, no, but they can still fly in other areas that helicopters can fly. Yeah, Blanco is totally a fact. He has no drama in it. He totally tells you what happened, and that's it.
Leah, I call dogs scruffy because there was a dog that used to come by the house all the time years ago that had like a little beard, little scruffy beard. So I started calling him Scruffy, and it just kind of stuck.
We missed you with every shot, Andy.
She'd walk that dog in front of the house all the time. And I'll see dogs out every once in a while. It's got those little scruffy beards under their chin.
Yeah.
That's what I call them.
Schnauzers.
Yeah. Look like they got a redneck beard.
Andy asked if we missed him. I said, with every shot.
They beat the atmosphere into submission.
Right, exactly. They don't fly. You're so right, Art. Marvin's got actually an explanation for aircraft or for helicopters. And I always have to let him say it because I can never remember the whole thing. But he's got it down to a T. Marvin, when you get done, come here. I want you to give the explanation of a helicopter.
So, yeah, helicopters produce lift under the blades. It's been so long since I studied all that. I know they produce lift.
Outlaw, are you going to join the coffee club?
Yeah, I got to get all that in order and get my second channel going with it.
Mm-hmm.
I got to get with Mouse and them. They're thinking I'm probably going to do it like what, Tuesday, Wednesday.
Let's see. Arby does Saturday. Gigi does Friday. Mouse does Thursday. God, I forgot her name. The Den.
Oilers fired himself, so guess he ain't doing it no more.
Yeah, what happened to him?
I don't know. He hates me.
Would you stop saying that?
Every time somebody says Oilers' name, I'm gonna say, yeah, I don't know. He hates me. I'm gonna guilt him into coming back. No, he does say he has a life to, he's trying to do real life stuff, but still, if he's got time to go to his channel, he got time to come to Gigi's channel. That's all I'm saying.
All right, we'll tell him that.
I tried. He won't listen to me. Helicopters are 50,000 parts, flying in a close formation. If any given yeah, Marv's got it. Here, he'll give you a better. That is kind of the same thing, though. Art. It's actually really funny to hear him say the whole thing. We were in the parts store one day, and this guy was talking about airplanes and helicopters, and he was saying, well, every helicopter crash I've been in, I made it out alive. And he goes, but that's not so true for those fixed wings. And I said, well, how many fixed wings crashes have you been in? And he said, none. I said, okay, you proved my point well as to why I like airplanes better than I do helicopters. You crashed 3 times in a helicopter and not once in a fixed wing. I'm going to say I'm going to take the fixed wing route. You can glide with an airplane. There's no gliding with a helicopter.
Yeah, my way of thinking, that helicopter would have been able to move out of the way quicker than that plane.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. He was having no problems. They were on a training mission. Well,
Well, an ejection seat would have to be shooting them out sideways, because if you shot them up straight up, it'd hit the fan blades.
Mm-hmm. Well, and let's not forget now. I mean, they talk about these ejection seats like, well, it's no big deal once the pilots are out. No, because now you've got a 10,000-pound bomb flying to the ground that's going to land somewhere.
Yeah.
Ivy and Mouse do all the coffee clubs. You see, they are doing one before me on Saturday. Yeah, Arby, they're doing it before you because then they're going to just... Gigi, what is that called when you take one stream and send it to the other one?
Yeah, they're going to...
Like
I don't know. They just send the chat straight over. Like it'll go, you will literally just sit there and chat and you'll be sent over to their video, over to Arby's.
There's Mouse.
Stream Raid.
Redirect the crowd to Arby's at 12.
Direct.
Yeah,
thanks, Mouse.
That's what it is.
Or like
not a raid.
Stream straddling.
Yeah, a raid's different though. A raid's where everybody actually just goes to somebody else's stream. This is actually, you just sit there in chat and they'll direct their live over to Arby's live, so nobody will miss a beat. Well, and it can be a good way to get people to, more people to show up too. So it's a good way to, get more people hanging out. As we saw this morning, you can't be sure who's streaming on Mouse's channel. Yeah, I seen that. I actually have pictures of that. I seen it right before I went to bed last night and went, what in the fuck is that?
Yeah, I just got
I know that ain't. Well, Mouse had one put on hers last night, and it wasn't hers.
Uh-oh.
Somebody else was playing tricks on her, and they actually put up one, and they use words that Mouse would never have used to begin with. She just would not have done that. That's why I knew it wasn't Mouse.
What's going on, Mark?
Hey, Mark Harris, how's it going?
What's up, Mark?
Yeah, I don't know. I can said all the wrestlers the other night on SWF. I don't know. I guess that was a pretty good show.
That was pretty good. Yep,
I wish we'd
had
fun. More people, like different people. I told him backstage we need to do different people.
Yeah. Yeah, I know it takes a lot because you guys got to make up the characters and all the shit. I know there's a lot that goes into it.
Yeah.
I know, right, Arby? I was like, what the fuck? She's streaming it at midnight at night and then gonna turn around and stream in the morning. I was so confused. I was like, what the hell is she doing? And then but as soon as I read the title, I was like, no way. She would not have wrote that.
If somebody broke into your account, Mouse?
Yeah, they redirected it to her channel. Hey, come say that about the helicopter. Okay, here's the definition of a helicopter.
Probably get in troubles for saying it.
No, say it.
All right. Definition of a helicopter is an assembly of bolts and bearings flying in loose configuration, ready to catastrophically self-destruct at any given moment.
There you go.
He's not wrong.
Mm-hmm. So basically, it's what you'd said, Art. Almost the same thing. Just a few more words added in there, I think. Hello again. Did we solve this yet? No, Weston. We're probably gonna have to work on it for ever.
Buried my brother, surrounded by family. Oh shit, Mark.
I'm sorry, Mark. Damn.
Brother, I know it's rough.
Yep, be careful leaving your destination in other StreamYards. They can still stream to it. Yep. And they can literally take down your whole channel doing that shit. With nothing but a title. They could have done it with just the title and what they actually said. I mean, that itself could have took them down. So I take it Marv never fly a helicopter. He has not flown a helicopter. He's not. They're not his. Mm-mm. He works on them, but it's not really his.
I always thought the Apache helicopter was badass with the miniguns on the sides and the missiles under it and stuff. That's badass. There ain't no way in hell I'd fly one, but I'm gonna stay my little happy ass on the ground. Y'all can fly all you want to. I'm gonna stay right here where my feet can touch solid ground.
Just like the rest of us.
No,
Well, let me just tell you that I can fly for free. For free. Like, for free. And I don't want to be in the air. I only go if I absolutely have to. And I don't get in our airplane and go either because I don't trust the idiots out there, like ones that might, fly in
I
our
say that
flight
every day
path.
on the road.
Now, statistically, it is way safer to fly. I understand.
Well,
Excuse me, I
is it
understand that.
anymore? I mean,
don't
come
know.
on. I can tell you one specific airline that it's not. They have had a lot of incidences, like, doors falling out and weird shit that
No,
would make me
Wetson,
go,
they can't. Right? They can't. Can a streamer track you once you comment on their channel and leave? No, right? No.
Yeah, they can. Well, I don't know if they can track you, but they can go to your, like, because I give you all wrenches, they can go to your channel and see your channel. Like, everybody can go to each other's channels. That's the reason I give out wrenches, is so we're all networking between each other. But tracking, I don't know that I've never been able to, like, say, see where Kat went to another YouTube page unless I actually go to the YouTube page and look and see that she's in there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they can't track you.
Yeah, there used to be a joke in our church years ago about that, where in the book it said, "Lo, I will be with you always," making the joke that Christ don't like to fly.
Right.
Lo, I will be with thee always.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've just seen too much go on, and too many standards been reduced, and where Marv's an airplane mechanic with an airline, and there's lots of things that I see that maybe
Now, I'm not gonna lie to you. If I had a death wish, I wouldn't mind getting one of those 3-wheeled, like, seat plane things. You sit and strap in. You got like a
an
giant fan
ultralight.
behind
Oh
you.
Jesus!
Yeah. I would fly
Yeah, if
one
you
of
wanted to
them if I had a
die,
death wish.
sure. If you
Yeah,
wanted to die, that would
if I
be
had a
way to
death
go.
wish, though.
Yep, with the wings and a fucking lawnmower motor. By all means.
Oh, Jesus.
I'm not
Oh,
kidding.
shit. I watch people make those all the time. The things are actually pretty
I'm
badass.
saying, oh, Jesus, you might as well just get a big enough, what are those things you were just talking about that fly in the air?
No, paragliders.
Paraglider,
No.
hang glider,
No, the things that were hovering all over the country and other
drones.
Oh,
Yeah, you might
drones.
as well get a big enough drone and just sit on the top of it and go that way.
No,
You
you
could
actually
carry it
can
around.
do that. You actually can do that. They do make drones that'll pick people up.
Thanks, Arby. Great.
Arby, what did you lose your voice or what the fuck?
I know his face is still up here and he's typing down there in chat. That means he's watching something else.
He's pulling an outlaw right now.
We're too bored. We're too boring for
Outlaw
him.
just leaves and doesn't say goodbye.
No gyrocopter for outlaw.
Is that like talk
Yeah.
now? God,
Look, if I had a death wish, I'd get on one and fly it, but
Yeah, no.
I'm not
thanks.
getting on one.
What's
Outlaw's
up,
feet
James? Yeah, no.
Outlaw's feet ain't touching nothing else but ground.
Yeah, I'm pretty partial to the ground at this point. I mean, that's why I was like, okay, no, Marv, we're getting an RV. I could give two shit. If you want to fly, keep flying. You go ahead, take your chances, knock yourself out. And I mean, when you've been flying as long as he does, I can see why he didn't want to completely give it up and all. But I have no desire. I'm good. I'm good on the ground now, and it's basically because of everybody else in the air. I can't trust him. I'll take my chances in my RV, which is a beast, I might add.
I don't know. I've always wanted to what is it, hang glide too. That would be fun.
You're planning on coming back, but you can kick me and I'll rejoin. No, I ain't kicking you. What the fuck do I want to kick you for? If I'm going to kick you, I want to kick you. I mean, yeah, I really won't fly commercial unless it's an emergency these days. I refuse to fly 99% of general aviation pilots. Right. Yeah.
That I ain't bungee jumping either.
Well, especially nowadays, I think they've really slacked on the standards and stuff for general aviation. So private pilots, I think their licenses are they're a little easier to get than they used to be, and that kind of scares me. No bungee jump. Nope.
Nope. Fuck all that.
Now, I spent enough time trying to die all those years when I was young. And somehow I made it through this point. I don't want to try to die anymore. I'm good with just trying to hang and enjoy life.
I mean,
Blind
besides,
pilots
when
for
I've
the
got
woods.
when I've got an Avatar 10 stories tall, what do I need a plane for?
Mm-hmm.
Right on her shoulder.
So my RV, Weston, it has 2 slide outs. Weston, I can tell that you're old school because you call them tip outs. That cracks me up. Marv still calls them tip outs, and I tell him, and they're slide outs, honey. And he's like, it's the same fucking thing. I'm like, no, tip outs tip out. These do not tip out, they slide out. And he's like, shut up.
I think the tip outs, you have to put legs under them, don't you?
No.
That's a different thing.
No. You don't have to put they tip outwards instead of slide outwards. And so, but yeah, mine is I have a 5500 Chevy. It's a Duramax. It's a 5500 Duramax. It's a Chevy.
It's a Kodiak.
And it's an Endura. Yeah, Kodiak. It's an Endura motorhome. So to kind of explain, it's a diesel. She's a beast.
The cab is a Kodiak, like a medium duty box truck cab.
Yeah, she's a beast. I'll find the picture. I got a picture somewhere here.
They don't make those anymore. They're actually pretty nice.
I
think U-Haul quit
it's a
using
2006.
Yeah. U-Haul quit using the Kodiak cab too. I think they just got the Ford vans and the F-750s now. Hi, Mr. Duggar.
Barbie, you're not even right upstairs.
What the hell y'all doing up so early in the morning?
It's not that early, honey. It's like 2:30 your time.
I'm on Duggar time.
We weren't up that late.
Weston said how many feet long?
It's 1:30.
Did you stay up?
Well, you know I did.
Oh, it's 1:30. You stayed up kicking the kids' ass, didn't you? 35 feet, Weston.
No, I got caught up in a video. You know, so I just
that's a pretty good point.
Gigi, how long is it? How many feet long? Weston wants to know.
Ain't as long as the airplane.
I told him. 35 feet. It's longer than the airplane.
Oh, is it?
I don't know. I think so.
Yeah, they use the Kodiak in all kinds of commercial applications. That was a good truck.
He said, I heard the 2000 to 2009 were made better.
Always. Definitely stick between 2000 and actually 2000 and 2008 are the best. 2009, they start getting a little shitty. Damn, Gigi. What do you mean, damn, Gigi, Arby?
You missed what he said. Go back and read what he said. Couple of comments back.
What did he say? I'm just waiting for the day that I can get a plane. And the pilot comes into the intercom and goes, meow, meow, meow. Oh, for fuck's sake.
Oh.
So your pilot identifies as a cat. Oh my gosh. Can you imagine? I'll just be like, you know what? I brought a parachute. Just let me out right here.
And then
do I
he
live
said,
in it? No.
You said it's so.
I do not
Arby
live in
said
it.
it's so big with laughing faces.
That's what she said.
Your 34-foot RV. And Weston said, do you live in it?
Yeah.
the hell?
Meow, 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 meow.
Yeah, here, I'll show you.
And Arby's
I'll show
doing
you
winking face.
pictures.
Arby, you're up here on this
As I get
panel.
this
Start
thing up.
speaking.
Cats ask for it by name.
They call him Tater Salad.
Oh, Mark, you talking about that joke where he's like,
Go
"Hey,
ahead.
look, where do you think we're gonna wind up crashing?"
right,
He's like,
Arby,
all the way to the
wink
scene
right
of the
back
accident.
at you.
We're gonna beat the emergency vehicle there by at least a half hour.
Where do you think the crash is gonna take us? All the way to the scene of the accident. That shit was so funny.
Gigi, did you go get more coffee? She must have went to get
Okay.
more coffee.
I like the way you think she's really getting
No,
coffee.
I'm
That's
gonna
not
hear him
really-
just. No, I'm here.
Wetson wants to know if you live in it.
I am going to get more coffee. No.
Wetson wants to know if you live in it.
They quit making those. Yeah, I think 09. Yeah, that was the last year for them. 09.
That's good.
Nice.
No, I do not live in it.
Well, that's
Chevrolet-
ranking right there.
Chevrolet went to using. What did they switch to after that?
The V10s.
Look at that.
Man, I'm trying to think.
Wetson's just trying to do his homework before he
I
gets
love
home.
it. It's a fucking
Oh,
beast.
somebody's got a little Isuzu. Whose little Isuzu?
It's a good idea. Yeah, we bought that tracker. It's actually it's a Geo tracker. We bought it. Same thing as an Isuzu, but yeah, we bought it with it.
What you do
We
is
bought
you
the whole
get
thing.
rid of the
Shebang.
Geo
We're driving.
Get you a couple of electric bikes.
Yeah.
A lot easier
Well,
to.
yeah, we're gonna have electric bikes. We're gonna have electric bikes, but we still want the Isuzu for because sometimes you might be out of town further, and you need to be able to drive into town, and sometimes the bike won't work, especially if it's raining or whatever. Remember, we live in the Pacific Northwest, so
Yeah, that is a nice one. It's not too big.
Yeah.
Not too long.
Nope.
I could see that with
34
both instead of another car.
34,000 miles on it,
That's
and
a baby.
I'm trying to keep up with chat. Carrot cake, how much on maintenance?
so far we have put about 4,000 into it, but we had new brakes done on it, and then we had a new exhaust air compressor thing put on it for the exhaust brake. So that that it run us a little bit, but it's well worth it. We do want to redo the roof. However, if Marv's a little nervous about the year because a lot of RV parks are not wanting to let you in and all that, but a lot of times we just want to do boondocking, so it's not so much of us being in an RV park anyway. So, I mean, I wouldn't mind just putting a new roof on it, which is a lifetime warranted roof that goes with the RV. And it's about $4,000 to do that. It would probably be well worth it. When we do that, I'd like to have solar put on it at the same time. If not, then I will sell this and I will buy a smaller rig that is a little bit newer, as bad as I hate to. Only so that Marvin can feel comfortable that we can go into RV parks. And then I will also make sure that it has a good roof on it. And in other words, if I have to have it sealed like this one, whatever. And then also make sure it has solar, because those are the things that I want.
When I had we was RVing a lot, we never stayed in no RV park. Never.
Yeah.
There's too many state parks out there, and there's just too many cool places to camp out away from people. Why go camping and then go get in a bunch of people in a little community? Fuck that. I want to be out there. I want to be wild, or
exactly
someplace
I mean,
out of a beach somewhere.
I mean, they shouldn't give you too much shit about that. I mean, it's not that long. 35 feet's not even the longest you can get.
It's
They
not.
go
And
up to like
anyways,
45.
if you figure out now, of course, you're taking the expense of buying it. But if you figure out how much it costs you for airplane tickets and how much it costs you for hotel rooms,
Mhm.
and how much it costs you for a car rental, and how much it costs you for food to eat out, by the time you get done, you might as well buy yourself an RV. Now, you might not be able to buy a $50,000 RV. There's lots of cheaper ones out there. So, but for the price that you pay to go someplace and do something, if you are somebody that does it more than once or twice a year, I would think it would be well worth having an RV versus going. And let's say nothing about the sheets that you sleep on. You know who was on them the night before and whether they were washed or not. Those ones.
That's good not to get
So,
critters.
yeah.
Well, Mark, you can get the older ones, which is the ones I like. I like the design of the older ones anyway. The rib sides and all that. You can find them pretty cheap.
See, you guys should keep making sexual innuendos whenever you talk about RVs. It's so big, it's ribbed. Oh yeah. Look at the undercarriage on that thing.
Well,
Oh.
the older ones, the older ones from like the 80s and the 70s. Them are the ones I like. I just like them older ones. I don't know why.
I love how Mark Harris adopted the carrot cake name for Gigi. He said, "Yep, great
Oh,
points,
yeah, he
carrot
says
cake."
Now you get into the 90s where they changed the roofs out to roof caps, where you ain't got to bull tar them anymore. Them are actually the ones you want. You're gonna go
Those
cheaper.
caps. Yeah, the caps.
Yeah,
Actually,
I
ours
mean,
too bad.
no more treats, Baxter. You just got some more. Yeah, no, everything since the 90s has been bad. That's why I was born in 1990, because I'm that terrible. Baxter, you were born in 2022. You're even worse than me. So
I look at that.
So if you look
and I
at
think
ours,
it's
the cap.
nice. I look at that and it's nice, but it still
Oh,
reminds me of
yeah,
a U-Haul.
treats. You had treats, Baxter. You're cute as all hell, but you don't get more treats.
It's
Here, you
shaped
want
just like a U-Haul truck.
you want an empty soda bottle to play with? You can have that.
It's
Yeah.
so comfortable.
Play with
That's the
bottle.
biggest thing. Is it is absolutely so comfortable. When you get that was Marv's biggest thing. Is he hated. We'd rented a Class C gas. It was, I think, by Thor, and it was a piece of shit. It was way newer than this, like a 2016. Had lots of bells and whistles to it, but everything about it was just chintzy made. The fucking drawers, the paneling fell off. It was just a piece of shit. And then as we were sitting in it, Marv said, "I just feel even with the slide out. It had a slide out in the dining room and couch area, but it just seemed too small." He said, "I still feel like I'm closed in." So that's when I said, "Okay, I'm gonna have to look for something a hair bigger." And he was like, "Well, I want you to look at diesels." And I was like, "Okay, that means a Class A." And he's like, "No, I want you to look at Class C's." And I was like, I said, "If you're talking about a C plus, or Super C, it's gonna cost us as much, if not more, than for a diesel pusher. They are extremely expensive. That's hugely popular is to have diesel and a Class C. So you don't, you can get these towed much easier. You can a Class A." So that's when I started looking, and he gave me a budget, and my budget was 60,000, and I found this one, and he about shit. He's like, "Fuck, she found one, son of a bitch." He was so pissed. And I found it within budget with room to grow, and so at that point,
Yeah.
we went
Well,
with it.
Weston, there is an RV park near me down here where people have actually bought those and the fifth wheel pull behinds, and they live in them like a house. They set them up on a house trailer pad, like what you put a mobile home on. They set it up like they're at a campsite and they live in them.
I saw a video of someone who's a building inspector who went to inspect a small house, and it turned out it was an RV that somebody had walled in, like put bricks around to make it look like a house.
I saw that. I saw one of those.
I just seen that. the other day. I was going to show you the inside of it. So here's the number one thing that I will tell anybody buying an RV, and I don't give a shit what anybody tells you. Get an inspection from a licensed RV inspector. Do not do it. And now that means, here's the other thing that you have to understand is when you say RV inspection, you have some RV inspectors that only inspect the top half of the RV. They do not inspect the chassis. So you need to make sure that whoever you get, either they inspect both, or you find an inspector that will inspect the bottom half and and then somebody that will inspect the top half. But you do not get an inspection. I'm telling you, just don't do it. It's so not worth it. You will be, especially even if it's brand new. I don't care, because those inspections that they have, the pre-buy inspections that they have in the RV lots, those are a mechanic that works for them that goes through and does the inspection. How much do you think they're going to find wrong? They're going to do everything they can to make it the most cost effective for the company, not for you. So a pre-purchase inspection is not what you want. You do not, you will get one anyways. They'll tell you and they'll brag about how they get, you got a PDI, big fucking deal. That really, it just means nothing. Don't go off of that. You need a real inspection. Everything needs to be inspected. Yeah. If they say, well, I only inspect the top, then fine. You need to find a diesel or a mechanic that will inspect that bottom half of your rig, whether it's gas or diesel. So that's number one. I was trying to find pictures of the inside of it. I thought I had some posted in here, but I guess I didn't.
Audie said RVs are notorious for being lemons. I guess when you buy them secondhand.
Yeah, well, you have to understand that you're talking about a rig that you stick a house on, and then you drive it down the road. It's like it's going through a hurricane every single day. Every day. 60, 70 mile an hour winds blowing at it every single day. It's a lot. On top of all the components that are inside of an RV, it's a lot. No one company does all those components. So it's hard to hold somebody accountable for those components because there are so many. There's the fridge, there's the stove, there's the microwave, it's just a lot of shit. Then you got the plumbing in it and the wiring. And there's so much that goes into it. So you do have to, that's why I say, you can't think you're going to go and inspect it on your own, even with an inspection list, Marvin, and think that it's going to come out to benefit you. You will miss too much shit, and it will cost you greatly. Trust me, I know. So make sure you get an inspection.
That's like a realtor. That's like a realtor offering an inspection. Get your own inspection.
Exactly.
That sure go well.
I hate to cut myself off, but it's almost supper time and I didn't even get breakfast or lunch.
Don't cut yourself.
I don't literally mean cut myself.
All right.
But it was lovely hanging with you all. Arby, we'll see you tomorrow.
Yep. I'm sure I'll probably pop my head in on
herself, and then she's hanging.
Mouse and AV also, because I see people live and I come say hi. And being on the East Coast,
Kind of you, very kind of you. Outlaw, make your mind up.
Yeah, I gotta get with Mouse and them.
All right. Gigi, great live stream as always.
Shit, nothing like being pushy.
Who?
Thank you, darling, for coming and hanging out with us.
No, who's being pushy? Bye, Mark. But I really got to go grab something to
I'm not
eat.
being pushy.
No, you said nothing like being
She's
pushy,
gotta
and I'm
go
like,
eat.
oh, when I
No,
said
she's talking about
outlaw, make you
outlaw.
wind up.
Yeah.
Oh no, that's because you said it 2.5 weeks ago. Oh, I'm gonna get
Mhm.
in on Coffee Club, and I said,
I
well,
know. He had his perfect opportunity last week when there was nobody doing weekend coffee club.
I said, Mouse, did Outlaw join? Oh no, he hasn't said nothing yet. I was like, gosh, dang him.
Does it feel like they're talking about you behind your back, but not?
Why behind you if somebody's back? That's what scummy people do. Friends talk about you in front of your face.
Yeah, well, that's why I said to him, Outlaw, make your mind up. What day you want? I gotta plan my schedule around Coffee Club.
Whatever. We'll just know that if we never hear from Outlaw again and he quits YouTube, it was our fault.
Right, right.
All right, that was
everybody
a little
have a great
See you later, Kat.
All right,
Bye.
see you later.
Weston, I did buy kind of locally. I bought in Southern Oregon, and we're in Northern Oregon. The one thing that I can say about that is if you go to buy an RV and you think, oh, well, you know what? They have tons of them that are really good priced in Arizona, and you live in a really wet climate. Well, you're going to Arizona to buy an RV that they say has no leaks, which you don't in Arizona because it's probably undercover and it rains there 3 days out of the whole year. So you got to be careful about those that's another thing that you got to be really careful about. If you do something like that, it's not like you can't. And that's the other thing is don't think you can't travel to go get an RV for a cheaper price, because RVs are cheaper in certain regions than they are in others. So, but just make sure that where you're doing it at, that they're checking. Again, if you go buy one in Arizona, make sure they're running a bunch of water. And remember that it's not going to be seen right away. You've got to actually, the rig's got to be there for a few days for you to see that it had a leak that's coming through. Just make sure that you do your due diligence. That's all I can say, man. It's a rough road when you're going to buy one, especially, anymore, it used to be, oh, if you buy used, it's really bad. But if you buy new, you're okay. Well, the shit that's made these days, that's all shit. The new ones, they are shit.
They
look nice.
Everything made out of plastic and Chinesium.
No, exactly. And they all look good. They look really cool. They're very easy on the eyes. It's just very nice. But if you talk to anybody that's bought one, within a few weeks, they're like, oh, Jesus, it's been in the shop more than it's been out. This is broke. We can't get that to work. This fell off. This one couldn't get back on. It's just, yeah, fuck that. The one thing I know about is with our 2006, it's had 34,000 miles on it. So it's road. It's been, it's had all the shimmies and shakes worked out of it in that aspect. Of course, as time goes on, as we know, things get old and you have to keep things, maintenance and that sort of thing. Sealing, that's another one for your RVs, is to make sure it's sealed correctly all the way around, even on the seams that go down the side of your RV. Those are huge. Doesn't take much to get water in there, and then pretty soon it's puffing, it's big, it's grows mushrooms, and now you got shit growing out of the side of your RV.
That sounds like can't even think. I lost it. It shows you I'm running out of steam. I'll remember in a second what I was going to say.
Of course. Yeah, it definitely takes 34,000 is a lot like new. It really is. There are things that I would like to do. I'd like to paint the inside of it, and I would like to rip out the carpet and put in linoleum or tile or something. I'd also like a bigger sink in the bathroom and in the kitchen, because they are way too small. RV sinks suck.
I was going to say that they remind me of the frosty machines, always broken.
Yeah. Well, we've really lucked out with ours. Yes, we've had to take ours into the shop for things, but when you're talking about a 2006, there's going to be things that go on that needs to be fixed. But for the most part, it's, if we've done fairly well with it. I mean, Marvin took off a couple weeks and we didn't go anywhere, but that was mainly because we ended up having company and other things came in. So we ended up taking our RV and, putting it in the shop and getting it fixed during that time. It was a good time for us to just kind of do that and hang out with our friend. And so it worked. Moistures can be big problems in RVs. That's another thing, is the one thing that I bought right away was a dehumidifier that I put in the shower. I plug it to a different source. I don't plug it into my RV. And that keeps a lot of the moisture out of our RV. It's amazing how much it helps.
I always heard about them like cooking meth in RVs. I didn't realize that they grow mushrooms in RVs too.
Yeah, well, these are kind of mushrooms you might not want. What happens is so that's how a lot of people will find out that their water tanks, their gray tanks, are leaking, or their fresh water tank is leaking, is they'll get mushrooms that are growing out of the side of their RV, and they're like, or underneath it, and they're like, what the fuck? Why is that happening? Well, you got moisture somewhere, because mushrooms grow where moisture is, and a seed gets up in there, and that's all it takes, and pretty soon it's growing like crazy. So it's just one way for you to determine that you have a leak somewhere.
Surprised that people don't get mold issues before that.
Sometimes it can. I mean, a lot of times I don't even think they know they have mold. That was one of the big things for us to watch for when we did that, when we bought this one, because there had been a leak. What had happened was the slide will bump out if you don't put the slide locks in. Now, a lot of people say, oh, no, I drive down the road all the time. Every now and then it might slide out, just a hair, like a half an inch or whatever, but it's nothing major. It's not like the whole thing's sliding out. Yeah, no. So I just insist on our slide locks being put in all the time, because that's exactly why theirs leaked. They thought it was in. It wasn't in all the way, and it started to leak. Well, it basically leaked inside. It didn't cause like a major damage of anything, but it could have. And then one time they didn't pull the slide all the way out. Well, that also will cause, you got to make sure your slides are all the way out. That's what puts the seal against the other, the slide going against the wall of the RV is what puts a seal on there, so that you're not getting water inside your RV. So, I mean, it's all practical shit, but sometimes people don't realize it when they, it's amazing the shit that you will forget. I mean, we broke our bathroom mirror second time we drove it, all because the mirror wasn't shut. I don't think it was us. I actually think it was the RV place that worked on our RV, but I didn't hold it against them. They didn't. I don't know that they opened it. Let me say that. So I really don't know exactly how. I could have very well not paid attention and it was open, which is why you have to double check everything when you have RV. You do a checklist, and if you don't do that checklist every time, it's going to cost you money.
Are these things that you had to learn the hard way mostly, it sounds like, though?
Yes. Yes,
Yeah,
and that's why I say there's certain
That's the problem.
things,
If you
man.
don't get in, it's like anything else. If you don't have somebody to be like your guide and teach you, you have to learn the hard way. And it sucks when you have to learn the hard way when you spent boatloads of money on something.
Yeah, I'm actually looking at what kind of mirror I want to replace it with. I'm almost thinking about doing one that slides instead of opens. But we'll see. We'll see how that all goes. But I am going to replace that mirror. It's just a little chip out of it, but it still bugs me. And I'm like, no, I can't. I got to fix that. Marvin's like, it's not that big a deal. Maybe it ain't to you, but it is to me, and it's my RV. Remember, you don't get to tell me how I take care of my RV. He's like,
I mean, like, everything that I have learned, mistakes I made as a homeowner were things that I had to learn the hard way. Like, sure, people gave me some advice, but there were things that really stuck, or the things that I made mistakes that I won't make again.
Yep. Definitely. But I have to say, man, RVs are super, they make here's the whole thing is I didn't really care about the RV. The only reason I cared about the RV was it meant we could go and see the country, and that's what I wanted. That was the whole purpose of the RV. The RV is just to make it to where Marvin's lot like, hell no, we're not going this weekend. We just spent, $1,000 last week to go someplace for 4 days, with the car rental and the room and the eating out and all that shit. No, so it just makes it much easier for me to get him to go with an RV, because for one, now we have the RV. It's like, well, we have to use it. You're just going to let it sit there and rot?
Well, forget even owning one. I mean, I've thought about if I were going to take like a trip somewhere that's in driving distance, and between putting up Baxter and traveling and all the costs, like you were saying, it might be cheaper just to take him with me, rent an RV, and even if I have to pay extra for cleaning, because I had a dog in it or whatever, like overall, that might be a more pleasant experience than just doing the whole like travel, but using airplanes and having to find somebody to watch him and all that other stuff.
And then know that he's being taken care of, right? And that's the other thing you got to worry about. Well, yeah, you can take him and pay to have somebody else take care of him, but are they taking care of him the way you would? And there's the other thing of, you kind of have a dog because you want him around and you want to make memories with him and you want to do things with it. And so what better way than when we rent our RV, it was not cheap.
Well, that's why
was in 2018, and I think it cost us about $3,000. They actually gave us like 2 days extra, because they didn't have it rented out, and they said, hey, if you want to come grab it early, you can. It won't cost you any extra or nothing, which was awesome. And they were super great about everything. They really did a shakedown with us on everything that, what we needed to know, what we didn't know. And they had booklets in there that tell us everything that, if we forgot what was done. And I can tell you this much, if you ever do rent one, you take a video, you make sure they're okay with it, and just say, I'm going to video all the instructions. That way, if you have something, if you're not sure on how to do something, you can always go back to that video. Plus, you have that video for if they say, no, I told you to do this, you can go, the fuck you did. You told me to do this. And here, I got the video to prove it. So, video instruction, when they bring you when you go for the shakedown of it and trying to figure out, when they give you over the keys, you want to make sure that you video the whole thing. It helps a lot.
Yeah, I mean, that's like my family goes away for Passover and they like rent a beach house every year. And last year I said to them, I'd love to be able to join you. I'll take off from work. I'm even, I'm happy to pay my way. Like, could we maybe look into finding a place that doesn't have a problem with a dog, even if it costs extra for, cleaning? Like, I'll pay the extra, but it would mean a lot to me to be able to like bring him. He gets along well with the family. Like, he can get closed up in a room by himself and he does just fine. Like, it wouldn't be an issue. And, I'll be there, I'll just come for like 3 or 4 days and he'll be fine. And, my grandmother's like, well, if it's money, then I'll that's the issue. I'll pay to have him, stay with a sitter. I'm like, it's not money. Like, it's costing me, $200 or whatever to put him up. I can afford to do that. It's the fact that he's part of my family and, I'd like him to come with me. And she's just like, well, I'll pay. I'm like, whatever.
Then I'll stay home. Grams.
No, I'm just, instead of going for the whole week, I'm just going for 2 nights or 3 nights.
Yeah, that's another reason why I love an RV. I mean, right? It's your whole house is with you. Everything you need is with you. You can take everything and then some. Like, our RV can hold a lot of shit. So, but even if we had a smaller one, it's still more. It's way more than we need. Now, here's another thing I will tell you regarding insurance. Don't overweigh your RV, because if you do get in a wreck, that's all they need. They'll put all your shit back together. They'll take everything they can collect throughout wherever that shit flew out to. They'll take it all and they'll weigh it all. And if it goes over what your RV was supposed to have in it, then they get a renege on your insurance. So make sure you always check to make sure your RV is not overweight.
What's the deal with these people? I see like YouTube videos of people who like take vans and convert them into like little RVs or basically or like take old school buses and renovate them into being mobile home sort of things, or RV kind of things. Like, what's the deal with that?
Well, I
Is
think
that
it's a great.
idiocy?
What's that?
I was gonna say, is that like idiocy or is that
Oh no, I think it's great. I really do think. I mean, you should see some of these that they do. It's amazing. First of all, a school bus can hold a lot. When you take the seats out of a school bus, that alone, the weight that comes out of it, I mean, you could put everything back in for an entire RV and still not hit the weight limit. So that's huge. They're built like tanks. I mean, they're strong as an awe. I mean, they're super strong. So there's all that. The only thing is, driving wise, probably not the most comfortablest. However, there are stuff that you can put on them that you can upgrade them to, so they are more comfortable. The biggest thing is if you are somebody that can, completely redo a school bus. They call them schoolies, into an RV. If you can do that, dude, I would do that in a heartbeat. Because the biggest thing is safety wise. I mean, if you think about it's a school bus, they're extremely safe in that aspect. They're made like tanks. So, and you can make them taller. You can cut the top off and make it, extend it, make it taller. You can do all kinds of shit. It's amazing what you can do with them. They're great. And then the vans.
Some of the videos I've seen of some of these school buses that people have redone are just incredible.
Oh, yeah. And the vans, we have a friend who is really big into the vans. He does like an Econoline van, and then he also has minivans. And he takes everything out and he puts in a bed, and then he'll put in a counter. And he always has like either one of those gas woks or a burner, a hot plate, something that he can use, and then some type of a sink that usually just has a bucket underneath. He goes very minimal, but it's amazing. He has done more miles than anybody I've ever seen. I mean, he will come down from Alaska and he'll start in Seattle, and he'll call us and say, okay, I'm going to go to, I don't know, I'm going to drive through Montana, go down through Colorado, back all the way down to Mexico, and come back up over through California, and I'll be at your guys' house in 5 days or 6 days or a week or whatever. And it's amazing the things that he does. And of course, by the time he gets here, he's like, oh yeah, I put, 2,500 miles on my rig, and he's got like 3 or 4 vans he does it with. But it's amazing the shit that he does, but he's very minimal. Like, he does carry a cassette toilet, but he hardly ever uses it. There's really no reason. He'll usually stop at campgrounds where he can go in and shower and, shit, shower, shave, all that shit, and be on his way. I mean, but most of the time he's staying in Walmarts or any shit, even a Safeway parking lot he can go and park in, because it's a van. It's not like it's a motorhome. So he can get by with it. It's basically, what do they call it? Camping in, what do they
urban
call
camping.
that? Yeah, there's another word they call it. I can't remember what
Stealth camping.
It is. Stealth, yeah. Stealth camping.
Yeah, I mean, look, you could take if you need a little more space, you take like one of those 15 passenger vans, but again, they're designed for sitting inside of. But I remember we had one of those growing up, and there was a version that you could convert the like middle area to be like a table with seats instead of rows.
Well, I got to tell you that one of the things I'm looking at now, Marv's not happy with me, but I would like to be able to sell our house, and then I'd like to be able to buy land, and I want to be able to put a small, tiny home on it of some type, or a barn dominium where we can just pull our RV into, have a little apartment set up within the barn dominium, and then Marv can work on the RV, whatever, in the warmth of, the shop or barn dominium, and then the kids could be able to build out out in, you know, in other areas of the land. So I think that would be probably my ultimate way, but trying to get that through to Marv. He's like, no, let's just fix this up. And no, I do not want to live in the middle of a city. I don't. I don't. I don't. I don't.
That's why my plan is to keep working towards saving up for land.
Well,
build a compound.
Yeah, one of the things that I have to say is, I know it sounds strange, but those Amazon houses that they have, you'd be amazed at what somebody could do with one of those. I mean, they sell for as little as $9,000, and it's amazing what you can do with one of them. Usually they come with everything within inside of them: the bathroom, the kitchen, you know, the walls, all that stuff. You put your furniture in, of course, and then you have to plumb it and bring electricity to it. But everything else is already within the home. It's got foldable walls that unfold. It's the shit that they have. It's amazing what you can do. And for that price to start out at, you know, even if it was $25,000 to start out with, that's a home where all you got to worry about is getting the plumbing and electricity to it. Can't be that difficult. It can't be.
With what Weston just said, there was a piece of land that I had been looking at that had a house that had that foundations poured, but nobody ever built. It had water, it had power already hooked up, you know, so that you could set it all up. So it was already plumbed out, and but it had a standing pole barn, which would be like perfect if you wanted to have somewhere to like keep your RV.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, something like that. I mean, I couldn't afford to buy it at the time, and it was here in Maryland, and I'm not going to buy land here. Like, this place is not where I want to tie myself to for the rest of my life, or, you know, whatever.
Well, and that's the other thing that people have to think about is, you know, as you start to get older and you start to realize, even when you're young, if you plant your roots someplace and then you get to that retirement age and you're like, oh shit, okay, well now I'm, you know, we've gotten our trust and we're, you know, making sure our will's in line and all that shit. And it says that here for instance, in Oregon, I know it seems like a lot, but really when you're talking about retiring and have to live off of so much until you die, $1 million really isn't that much. Well, in the state of Oregon, you can only say, if Marv, we both died, heaven forbid, in a car crash, and it was, you know, we would only be able to let our kids inherit $1 million of ours, and then the rest would be taxed at a higher rate, at, you know, at the death tax, or whatever the hell they call it, inheritance tax. Well, that's we already paid taxes on all this shit.
You know,
we're not doing that again. So here's why I say you've got to pick a domicile state that they're better in. The problem with that is, if you pick one, you plant roots there, the states can change anytime they want. They can change the number.
They're having financial issues here in Maryland, and so they're planning on having a inheritance and a estate tax. So, you know, the people that die, their estate has to pay a tax, and the people that inherit money, they have to pay a tax. So they're double dipping on the same money.
Yeah, it's bullshit. This is the kind of stuff that has to be dealt with. I mean, it's just, come on. I hope Trump looks at this kind of shit too.
I get that, you know, all these people want to have social services, and they're so upset about how certain classes of people have, you know, been able to, you know, hand things down to their kids and whatever, and their grandkids and their great grandkids and whatnot. But like, that's why these people worked hard. And so to go, okay, well, you know, I know you worked hard your whole life, and you taught your kids and your grandkids and your great grandkids, and you passed along good values, and you want to be able to pass along some money to them. Like, no, we're going to take it away so we can run some shitty, you know, state-run fund for people who don't have that. You disincentivize anybody from, you know, having any reason to build value in their, you know, in their family.
Yeah,
to build a legacy. Like,
See you
and they're
later,
not
Art.
really doing any of it. I mean, if you want to continue to create, you know, a class of people who are just thinking for themselves in the short term, that's the way to do it. Like, why should I invest in anything if you're just going to take it away from me?
That's what they want. They want us to think short term. They don't want us to think long term. They do not want us to be independent.
Yep.
Okay, I need more coffee. I'll be right back. You guys carry on this conversation.
Sounds good. Let me close this door. Go ahead, man.
No, I was just saying now that she's gone, we can go super MGTOW.
Yeah, it's I still find it from time to time kind of surprising that a lot of these women over here listen to what we're saying about red pill and MGTOW.
Well, because I don't think that the messages, at least the way that you approach it, are not universal to women that care about their families and their sons and don't see it as an issue. I think, you know, and this is why I've gotten into it with people before, but, you know, I think there's different types of feminism and feminists, and I think that a lot of the women that we may interact with may describe themselves as having some feminist leanings, but it's more about the, hey, I want equality and the opportunity to do the things I want. It doesn't necessarily mean that I don't recognize that there's a difference between men and women, versus the newer classes of feminists who are like these kind of ream crazy people who, you know, want to subjugate men, just like the same way you have this, you know, anti-racist group of people who don't see it as enough to try and equalize opportunity, but instead want to subjugate the people that they see as the, you know, victimizer classes.
Right. Well, it's all about the idea. You know, the idea of this way that feminism is and what it causes people to do and how it's, you know, practiced in our culture. That's what you look at. That's what you attack. You know, you can, if you're intellectually honest, you can separate that from the people that are practicing it, right? And attack that. And we know that modern feminism is not needed. There's nothing that women don't have that they still need. They have the ability to pay taxes. They have the ability to go to work. God,
Well, I think
they
it was
got the
another
ability.
way. I think it was another way for them to split us. It was another way to separate us out.
It is.
And to keep us from having babies.
It is. It is. It's called population control, and it's been happening for a long time. That's just one of the avenues of it. Well, I mean, what a lot of people think abortion is. That's just another way to do it. Now, I'm not going to get into it. It's a heavy subject, but yeah, it's just another means of population control. They've been trying to do it for years.
Yep.
You have to make men and women afraid of each other. You've got to make the races afraid of each other. And they've done that. Fear mongering.
Yep. No, I mean, if you're more loyal to your family, you know, than you are to a society or a government or anything like that, you're much harder to control.
Exactly.
I mean, this
Which
is why
that was my big argument when we actually, with the whole COVID thing, and when Marvin, you know, to me, I felt like if he standing up and just saying no was better than giving into the religion aspect of it or the medical aspect of it. I felt like just saying no. It's against. I don't want to do it. I shouldn't have to tell you why. I just do not want to do it, and I'm not doing it. And because in a way, you chose your job over your family by not doing so. Because we really enabled the companies and the government to continue to push us to do what they wanted, even if it was at the cost of doing a religious exemption. It's why I tried to explain to Marvin, I wish he would just stand up and say, no, I refuse. The same way I did. When I refused flu shots and all that shit, I just straight up, I mean, I worked in facilities where they literally was demanding we all do them. And I said, no, I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. No. And the more you push me to do it, that's even more reason why I'm not going to do it.
Well, I wore a mask at work today for my half day because I actually am sick, and that makes sense because I'm coughing and stuff like that. But when I go in on Monday, even though the state has said that people need to mask in medical facilities because there's like, a high enough rate of COVID, flu, and RSV going around, I'm not going to be wearing a mask.
Nope.
And when they give me a hard time about it, I'm going to be like, nope. And even though like CDC has openly stated that that was a bunch of bullshit they made up, and I am not gonna even feed into this. I don't care that the state has demanded it. Screw that. Send me home if you need to.
Well, the mask should always 100% be voluntary. It should never come a point where it's forced. But see, that's what they did. They held people's jobs over their head to make them comply. There's your red flag. That's all you need to know right there, that there was something up with this. Of course, most people are going to look at that and, they tell us what to do anyway. That's how you know there's a lot of people that don't critically think about things. They do what they're told. And unfortunately, our culture is in a financial grip to where they were going to comply no matter what, because their job and having money and eating was more important to them than their principles at that point.
Well, this is what I keep explaining to people about medicine is that the medical system isn't about training people to think or to do medical research or pay attention to the medical research. The medical schools and medical system is about training people to be cogs in a machine and follow
the leader,
medical guideline and a bunch of rules and stuff like that. And so just because, I was listening to a debate last night and the person basically said, well, I'm not a doctor, but the doctors say X, Y, and Z. And, I'm just sitting there. I'm like, this is the dumbest argument I've ever seen, because the reality is, and it was a debate on trans stuff. And the reason I got into that stuff was because it was so clear to me, nobody was actually looking at any real data or research. Everybody was just going, well, there's a medical guideline group that says, do this. And it was the same thing I heard in this debate after, all of these papers have been put out going through the actual data and showing that they're wrong. And yet they're like, well, the person's doctor and the child and the parent or whatever decided it was what's necessary. And I'm just like, ready to punch a hole in a wall, because I'm just like, doctors, there are some great doctors out there that actually care about what they do and stay on top of research and don't just look at medical guidelines. But the vast majority of people that work in healthcare, be it a doctor, be it a nurse, be it a PA, be it a nurse practitioner, but especially on the provider level, they're just looking at what a guideline says or what a care recommendation is, because they don't have the time, energy, or ability to go deeply dive into the medical stuff. I mean, that's like with this Ozempic and Wegovy and whatever. I was reading some papers recently talking about how, and I've been warning people that there's going to be a second shoe to drop on this. And, even though I have weight issues and I need to be, better than I have been about my diet and things like that and exercise. I think in February now, I'm going to sign up for the gym near work, even though it's a little expensive, so I can stop at the gym on my way home. But, I was saying, you guys should be wary, because, and then, there's going to be problems. And then I read papers that, nobody's reporting on about how, people on Ozempic that are on it for, weight as opposed to for diabetes issues are seeing heart muscle diminish, or seeing, muscle drop across the board, not just weight, not just fat, just all kinds of potential issues. And yet everybody's going on it to just lose 30 pounds. And it's now coming out, and you go and look at the data, and it's like people that make reasonable, responsible lifestyle changes in the long run seem to do just as well as somebody that gets the short-term burst of these medications. And yet there's so many side effects.
And then never tell them you need to change how you're doing your life daily duty. That's what you need to change, not here, take this medicine. But the first thing they go to is, you need to take this medicine. Just take this. This will help.
Well, it's not just the doctors, though. Sorry, I'll let you talk in a second, Outlaw. But it's not just the doctors. It's the whole society just wants easy answers. I see it all the time. Somebody comes in for a virus. This is why I didn't go get myself tested. I tested myself with a home test for COVID because they make me at work. But I'm 99% sure I had the flu based on symptoms, but there's no point in me getting a test because it's not going to change anything. Like, either I'm well enough to be out in public and I've been long enough since I've had a fever or not. As long as it's a virus, I don't need anything. But everybody's convinced they need an antibiotic, they need an answer, and it's going to change something, but it isn't.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about the whole washing your hands and masking up, look, if people are that worried about it, they need to take that on for themselves, right? It should always be a thing of, well, don't ever rely on society to be sanitary. You take that responsibility and sanitize where you feel need be. Wash your hands, put the mask on. You should never force other people to do it. You can't rely on other people anyway. So you take the precautions to do it. And that's how it should be at any time of the, of our lives anyway. Right. I just don't understand why people can't see it. Like, you're being forced to do something you should already do anyway, if it's that important to you.
Well, look, like I say, like, hand washing is a responsible thing. Before you eat, you should wash your hands, especially if you work in like an environment you're around people that are dirty. But like the whole masking thing, yeah, people that are sick should wear a mask if they're actively coughing when you have dealing with things that transmit through droplets. But having your entire society run around in masks that don't do anything when everybody's healthy is just silliness.
It is.
I always say the one thing that always cracks me up, and it has for years. We've always, if we go to a restaurant, we go into the bathroom and we all wash our hands. Now, we don't all go at once. Usually somebody's sitting at the table and everybody just kind of takes turns and whatever, depending on where we're at and how many, bathrooms there are and whatever. It always amazes me, and my family's really bad about sitting and watching people that come in from outside. You see all the stuff they touch. They touch the car door. They, everything. Touch the door coming in the restaurant. Now they've touched the chair. They've grabbed it. Now they've touched the other chair. Put the kid in the chair. Wipe the kid's nose. And they all sit down and wait for the waitress to come, and then they take their order. Nobody gets up and goes and washes their hands before they eat. And then you watch them grab their food.
I mean, talk about restaurants, but like, how many of these restaurants are actively cleaning the like menus and things like that? If you're going to like a sit down restaurant, I mean, some probably do, but I mean, this is why, like, I'm not some crazy like neat freak and clean person and like obsessively clean person or whatever. But I'm clean, but like I'm not one of those like OCD obsessive people about this stuff. And like, but even I carry Purell, like, because when you're out and about, if you're gonna go grab a bite to eat or whatever, you should clean your hands.
Yeah, I would much rather have soap. I really hate Purell and all that shit, but
No,
I only use it as an absolute last resort. But
you don't have soap and water, But also, I'm not so like concerned about that because I use hand sanitizers all the time at work because it's just impractical to wash your hands every single time you see a patient. Every single time you do something. So like I have horrible calluses on my hands because I use so much of that, Purell and whatnot.
Yeah, nope. No, I'd be like, go wash your hands. I don't give a fuck how much of that shit you use. You ain't touching me till you wash your motherfucking hands. That's what I tell you. I'm telling you straight up. Doctor or no doctor, I don't care. I tell you.
Yeah, I probably clean my hands more than a lot of the other providers.
Oh, I bet.
Our office, they didn't, when I first started, they did not have hand sanitizers in every room. And coming from the ER, I have a habit of sanitizing in and out every room, and then like every hour or so I'll go wash my hands with soap and water. And then I would go in these rooms and they only had soap and water, and I was like, can you guys please put hand sanitizer in so that at least like I don't have to wash it all the time? And they were like, well, all other providers wash it. I'm like, you are deluding yourself if you think your providers are walking in every room constantly washing their hands.
Yeah, see, I was big on that. I was just huge on it. And now my kids are kind of the same way, though. They're also the type that if you like, for instance, when my grandson was born and people would come into the house and my son was sitting there basically going, you need to go wash your hands if you want to hold the baby. And if they went over and turned the water on and squirted some soap on their hands and then rinsed it off and then dry, no, that wasn't good enough. Sean would go, do you know how to wash your hands? Do you know? Can you say your ABCs? That's usually how he always starts it. Can you say your ABCs? I'm just like,
Some
oh,
of this
fuck.
is also a little excessive, though, and like
I know,
you have
but
an
when you're
immune
talking
system
about
for a
it,
reason, but
right?
no, a newborn's a different story. I mean, than like a 2 or 3-year-old or whatever. But you know, people have immune systems for a reason, and if you don't expose yourself to things and train your immune system, it becomes incompetent.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just I mean, I think it's just all about common sense. I don't think you have to over wash your hands, because I do think that that can also cause problems. You get dry skin, now you've got bacteria hanging out in those dry crevices, da 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 da. So I do think that over washing your hands can cause other issues as well, that can cause, you know. So there's that too.
You, like I said a while ago, you can't rely on everyone else to accommodate. So you have to be responsible for your own personal hygiene and wash hands and mask up if you feel it's necessary. And that's been my argument the entire time through all of this. I mean, you know, I'm not against people wearing them. I'm against being forced to wear them.
Mm-hmm.
I will never waver off that, because you know, it's just what it is. I mean, when you see police officers manhandling grown women out of football games over a mask, mind you, outside watching in open air, watching a football game, away from everyone else, you've got problems.
Well, first of all,
Silliest thing to me was during COVID. I pulled up to a dispensary and I was picking up, and some woman in the car next to me, who probably was high, let's be honest, sitting there with mask and gloves on in her own car, sees that the like restaurant next door is serving pit beef out of the like front from a grill. She hand sanitizes her gloves to pull cash from her wallet and exchange it with the guy, get change back, puts it back in her purse, and then proceeds to eat her food. Like, why did you sanitize? A, why did you sanitize your gloves? B, why did you do it before you touched money, but not after? And C, why are you wearing a mask in a car by yourself? Like, what the hell?
No, I still say the best one is the whole thing of stand in line in a restaurant, and only some restaurants were open, so there was always a long line. You stand in line with a mask on. They will shoot you in the head with their thermometer. You're not shooting me in the head ever. I don't give a fuck what it's with. It ain't happening. You right here's my wrist. You can use that. You're not shooting me in the head. I'll shove that thing right up your ass if you try to shoot it at me. So they learned real quick not to do that with me. But anyway, you stand in line with a mask. You let them shoot you in the head with the temperature, with the thermometer. Then you have to walk through the restaurant with the mask on, and then you sit down at the table, and then you can take your mask off. But the waitress has to keep their mask on.
Okay. Oh yeah, no, I always used to piss people off when I was like, so viruses only float 6 feet above the ground, 5 feet and above. They don't float at like 4 feet and below.
Oh, I got in a huge argument with our friend from Alaska. His sister is a nurse at St. Vincent's Hospital, and we got in a huge argument in the middle of the margarita factory. This was in the middle of COVID. I mean to tell you, we had disagreements, and I was not fucking backing down. And Marvin knew it. He's like, "Oh fuck, she ain't backing down. She knows she's right, and she is not gonna back down on this." And I didn't. I fucking didn't care. She could be a fucking doctor. I didn't care. She was fucking wrong, and she was going by what they wanted her to say. She knew it was fucking wrong. She even at one point during the conversation said she knew it was wrong, but it was the rules. And I was like, I'm done. You are literally saying you are going to do stuff to people, even though you know it's wrong because you were told to.
Well, next time somebody uses that argument, ask them, say, well, you know, one time it was of the rules to own people. Does that make it right to follow the rules?
Well, I got in a fight with somebody one time because we were talking about transgender stuff, and they were like, well, it's legal. And I was like, if you're arguing that legal makes something moral, then slavery was moral until they made it illegal. So why would they have made it illegal if it was if it was moral?
Yeah.
And she was black, and she flipped her lid at me. And I just was like, I knew this was coming. I'm sitting there thinking, I knew this was coming, but I couldn't help myself. It was such a good comeback.
Look, it's the same argument with like a traffic light, right? Think about a traffic light for a second. Okay, the green light does not mean automatically go, right? We all know this. What does it mean?
Slam your gas pedal as hard as you can. Don't look both ways and get into a car accident with the idiot that's drunk.
Right.
A green light means you always proceed with what? Caution. Meaning you never gun the gas pedal just because it's green. You're always, double guessing and looking around and all that, right? So it's the same thing with laws. Just because the laws are in place doesn't mean it's a green light to just obey them, and you have to question them. Proceed with these laws with caution. Don't just take them at their word. You always question them. That's why we're constantly refining the laws, right? The Constitution, everything. That's why it constantly changes, right?
That's why I love during COVID how I'd go into the hospital, and they would always be like, somebody at that information desk that they set up at each entrance to check your temperature and to ask you if you have any symptoms. Why would anybody be honest with these people? And B, they'd be like, you have to wear a mask, and be like, okay. And I pull my mask out and I put it over my face. I'd literally walk right past them and take the mask back off, and they wouldn't say anything because they're just doing their job and they don't really give a crap.
Bottom line. Me and TPR got in this argument one night on, I think it was Traveling Fools or G2K.
It might have been, something like that.
And I told him the same thing. Your health at no point is ever my responsibility. Now, as a citizen, I can take precautions to wash my hands and do my part, but that only means that I'm responsible for me. I am only responsible for my health. And of course, to some people, that'll sound selfish. But no, if you break it down, at the end of the day, you are only responsible for you when it comes to your own health and sanity.
You can't be dependent on other people. I mean,
I will not. I'm not going to rely on other people to do it. So I'm going to rely on myself because I know me. I don't know other people. I know me. I trust me. Outlaw will wash his hands and put a mask on if he feels he needs to, not because you tell me to.
Well, and anybody that trained at all anywhere in the medical field, and I don't give a fuck what you were doing. I mean, the janitor in a hospital knows when a mask helps and when a mask doesn't help. And that's why it was so frustrating me. No, everybody's got to wear one. Why? I'm not fucking sick. Me wearing a mask isn't going to save me. Ever.
Right.
Not a fucking regular mask. It's just not.
Well, it's part of that socialist communist bullshit. They want people to think in collective instead of individualistic.
Can we get them to do what we say? It's the same thing with the self-checkout. Can we get them to do this? Can we get to them to pay a higher price and still do our job? pretty soon we're going to be putting the fucking groceries away on the counter, up on the shelves and shit.
I'm getting a phone call. I got to run. I may be back. If not, I'll catch y'all tomorrow.
Okay, we'll be there.
All right, bro.
See you later.
Yeah, you know.
Thanks for hanging with us.
Yeah, I absolutely refuse to believe that other people's health is my responsibility. It's not.
Yep, it's not.
I'm not buying that.
Now, people can be courteous and
Yeah.
put on a mask because they are sick. And most will. If they think, oh, I could get somebody, I'll just go ahead and put it. I mean, they will. If they know that they're sick and they know that this could, they'll do it. But you shouldn't be forced to do any of it. I'm sorry. You just shouldn't.
Right. Do it at your own discretion. Now, if people all over did it, I don't know. I guess it helps to some degree, but still ain't my responsibility.
But actually, it isn't.
Go along
Here's
with
the
it.
deal. If you wear masks for long term, you are causing yourself you can actually cause issues with your lungs.
Yeah.
You breathing the bacteria, your mouth is dirty and you breathe the bacteria from your mouth onto the cloth. And anybody knows that when you work in anything about biohazard or anything like that, you know that the minute that something's wet that was used as a barrier, once it's wet, it's no longer it's a failed barrier. It's no longer keeping you from whatever's on the other side. So when you breathe into a mask, you get it wet. So now you've got the bacteria and it's wet. So it's just going straight through basically the material. It's not, having a mask on does nothing but keep somebody that is sick from spewing if they talk and spit or in that sense. And that's still not 100% because you don't have it sealed around their mouth and nose. So it's just sitting on there. There's still air. When you move, it moves. There's gaps. Things get out. That's what pissed me off about the whole mask thing was the media. And what really made me mad was how the medical world, the people that knew how masks worked, how they just ate that shit right up. I'm like, are you serious? I just couldn't even believe that they believed the shit and went for it. And that's why, like I said, with that nurse, it was a hot and heavy argument. I think Margarita Factory thought they were going to have to kick us out. It got heated, heated. But I wasn't scared and I wasn't stopping.
Well, I mean, most people are trained to take orders from elementary school up.
Yep.
It's not surprising that people complied so easily during all that. But come the fuck on, man.
Yeah, once you realize that, I mean, I get it. We were all duped at one point during that whole thing. But now, come on. They have even came out and said they lied to you about the vaccine. They lied to you about COVID. There so many lies. They lied about the mask. And yet these people, here they come again with, we got COVID 2.0 and now y'all ought to be, you need to be scared again. Put the mask on.
Sorry, not doing it. Yeah, sorry, not doing it.
Nope. Yeah, Weston, we do have a good Discord. You can go check it out. We don't get a lot of drama there as long as you don't bring drama. If you do bring drama, we're come down on like a ton of shit. But otherwise, we just try to have a good time there, and nobody is ever trying to be dicks there.
But I mean, again, it's just people will fall for it again.
They will.
They'll just we forgot all about the first one. Let's do it again.
Yep.
By the way, strangely enough, I'm watching a TikTok or Instagram vid of a guy burning Oreos. And
I've seen it.
Have you seen it?
Yeah, and it doesn't burn.
It doesn't burn.
Yeah.
The Oreo cookie doesn't burn.
I wished RFK would hurry up and get in there and get shit switched around. I really do, man. I'm telling you, it would be nice to go back to the way food used to taste when it wasn't so chemical-y. And it's amazing how much shit I taste chemicals in.
Right.
Also, I think about little things like all the candles I've burned in my lifetime. Like how much of that shit is really not good for you. You know what I mean? Like I changed over to plug-ins, but it's like, well, those probably aren't any yet better. I mean, now you're plugging plastic into the wall that's staying warm, that's emitting chemicals into the air. Oh, okay. Leah's gonna get the Discord link. Thank you, Sugar Britches. She's on it.
Yeah, she started coming over to my streams.
Yeah. Sugar Britches, she's one of my OGs.
I think she enjoyed it. I don't know. Maybe.
Oh, she's got a really tough skin. So you'd be hard pressed to offend her. So Flatty, same way. You'd be hard pressed to offend Flatty.
I want to say Flatty's been over there.
Yeah. Mishka, same way. She's hard pressed to Shaz. These are all my OG girls. These are all the girls that I've had from the get-go. They came with me from Rick's channel.
Nice.
Yep. Kai has another one. She's our New Zealand girl. And you'd be hard pressed to offend her. I mean, you could if you were really trying, but she's not. She's not a snowflake.
No, I try to promote common sense and critical thinking where I can.
Yep.
At least how I understand things.
Yeah, I think most of my OG girls would be just fine if they, I mean, they might not want to hang out there or whatever, but, just depending on what the conversation is and all that. But for the most part, they wouldn't be offended by much of anything of you. Now, they may disagree with some of the stuff you guys say, but they wouldn't be offended by no means.
Oh, yeah, no. The disagreements is going to happen. That's normal.
Yep. Yep, Shaz and Kai are down under. Shaz isn't from New Zealand. She's from... Shaz, help me. You'd think I'd remember. But I know, I believe Kai is my only New Zealand girl. But then Flatty's UK. Oh, Shaz is Australia. Right. Yeah. That's the one thing that I love about YouTube is I would have never found all the people from other countries and even people from across the United States had this not gone on. I mean, I would have never, and it is because of social media. So there is that positive part about social media, but it can also be a negative if you get, Yeah, Kai is Kiwi, Shaz is Aussie. Good way. There you go. Yeah, Kaya lives in a tiny house in New Zealand. I'll bet it's gorgeous. She showed us pictures. She actually has a page. If y'all ain't subbed up to her, you should go check her out. She is in my links in the description. Kaya Off Grid, I think, is what her title of her channel is. Yep, she lives in a tiny house with a tiny horse. She's living Sugar Britch's dream. I used to want a horse. Then I woke up and went, yeah, I don't think I want to do that every day. So no, I probably don't not want or need a horse. And the horse definitely doesn't need me if I'm not going to be committed to every single day being with it. So thank God it's Friday. Jeez.
Yeah.
My
no
granddaughter
kidding.
has a volleyball tournament this weekend. Woohoo! They're so fun to watch. They don't do them as often, though. She's paying a lot of money for not getting to play as often. It's like, what the hell? $1,200 to play every other weekend. That seems like a lot. It's like, Gigi, you get to be around your daughter-in-law horses if you want, but I don't have the expense. But you don't have the expense. Well, if I had a horse and I was to have her deal with it, I trust me, she would still charge my ass. I'd still be paying for it. And then it would be her spending the time with it, not me. I mean, obviously I would be going out there and spending time with it, but it would still be. And to tell you the truth, I disagree with a lot of things she does. I don't agree with locking them up in a stable most of the time. I don't agree with the shoes, and I don't agree with the bits. And no, I've not rode without shoes, and no, I've not. Well, I have rode without shoes, but I've not rode without a bit. Well, I have rode without a bit, actually. I've rode without a bit and a saddle. But that was on a really tame horse that, Jesus, you could have hung off of him and he'd have just let you. He didn't care. But bits are a huge problem, I think. After everything that I've learned, if I didn't learn nothing from Think Like a Horse, then I should have never watched it. I did part of the time growing up, but not as I got older. I didn't get to have any. But always rode because I always had friends. You know, when you live in the country, everybody has horses, so you ride. So I rode constantly, just didn't have any of my own. And we weren't taught to take care of them like they should have been taken care of. I'm straight up. I don't believe that. You know, I was raised around fucking hardcore cowboy dudes, you know. Beat them into submission. And I've learned that is not the way to get the job done. What's up, Rooster?
What's up? What's up?
Rooster Cogbun is in the house.
Yeah, I don't know. I may be doing a cooking stream later on.
Cooking stream. Make sure y'all go check out Outlaw. Sub up to him. All the things. He's in my description as well. I made sure. I did it the other day. I was like, you know what? I don't think Outlaw's in my fucking description. So I went and looked and went, yep, he's not. Here, let me just slide him in there. We had a horse twice when I was growing up, but we had to get rid of them because you can't have horses inside the city. Yeah. Well, see, those people that do that, they have them stabled outside the city and they see them once a week to go give them, you know, a fucking strand of hay.
Oh, did you guys see that story in California where that hillside was burning and that woman, I guess it was a woman, had a horse ranch up there in the hills, saw the fire getting closer, so she rode her horse down the mountain and filmed it.
Oh, Lord.
Cool. Apparently, yeah, they did. They showed it last night during the FriYay concert. She rode her horse down the mountain while the neighborhoods and stuff around her were burning up. And apparently all the horses were saved, so.
Nice. I'll have to go check that out.
Yeah, that's actually pretty cool.
Yeah, it's definitely a little freaky out there in this old big bad world. My goodness, the shit that's going on, it's just incredible. I swear every month we think, oh Jesus, nothing can get any worse. I know we don't say that anymore, but now it's like we know something's going to get worse every month. It just gets worse and worse and worse. I hope things start to mellow out now that Trump's in office, but I worry about how much they're really trying to fucking sabotage him and us. I see Gigi's pub there, but I can't find you in the list. I see Gigi pub list. Find you in. So just don't go to Gigi's pub list. Just go to the general and then go look on the side, Weston, of Discord, and she should be in there. She should be in my pub part though too. It should automatically have her in there. But Sugar Britches, just friend request him. I just watched a video of ICE arresting an invader. A federal judge released him. He has an asylum court date in a few days. What a joke America has become, right? Fuck. It's just... Why? I mean, so... I mean, if he was arrested, he should have just been shipped off. I thought that was the deal. Like, we're done. You're going. Yeah, it says a virtual Gigi pub. Okay, go down from there, Weston. Just go down where it says general. Big Dog Ma, what's up? Good evening. Is it fucking evening? Oh, it's 5 o'clock your time. What does one wear to a duck and cover Friday? What does one wear to a duck and cover? What the fuck's a duck and cover? Our whole town lost power. Whole dang town transformer caught fire. Jeez. It's okay, because there's rockets going to Mars and all kinds of shit. But we can't make sure that transformers aren't blown up. What's duck and cover? Tell me now, Ma. What does she mean? Outlaw, duck and cover. What does one wear to a duck and cover? To duck and cover. What does one wear to duck and cover Friday? I feel like we're being attacked. Got it. No power didn't. Okay. Okay, now I think I got it. You had me so confused. My general is at the top of the list. Okay. They all say that they want to come to America to go to college. None will overstay their visas. Not right. I don't know the whole college thing. This is why I said, we got these things from the Portland Community College, and it was these people's names with our address on it, and they were like Mexican names. And after about, I don't know, the third one, I was like, what the fuck is going on? I'm going to call them. So I called the college, and both Marv and I went to college there. And she's like, oh, yeah, we got you in the system. And I said, oh, well, can you tell who else you got in the system? And she's like, no, I can't tell you that. I said, what do you mean? It's my address. I own this home. I've owned this home. What's the date? What's the date on there? Oh, yeah, you've owned the home you've been there for many, many years. I go, okay, well, we've owned the home the whole time. It's literally our home. We don't owe anybody for it no more. She's like, whoa, I can't tell you. That would be a privacy issue. And I can't tell you who's used your address. I said, are you fucking kidding me? No, ma'am, I can't tell you. I said, that's bullshit. That you can't tell me who's using my address. I said, there better be nobody using my address but me and my husband. That's it. Nobody else lives here, and nobody else should falsely be using our name. And if they are, you're letting them, which makes you an accessory to that crime. There's probably no such thing as a crime, my luck, but. Weston, look at the tab on the left side. Text channels. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah. Something Big Dog Mom. Dry run for deeper shit. Oh. Sorry, it's been a wild medical. It's been wild. Medical places trying to get meds and store foods cold. I've none heard of generators. Right? What are they, new? I don't know. Crazy shit, I'm telling you. We have 2 generators, but didn't need to use today. But the businesses blew. Oh, but the businesses out blew my mind. Yeah, that's just stupid. Especially for stuff that you need. Like, I mean, it's one thing if, Mailbox Plus doesn't have a generator, but come on. The grocery stores, you'd think they have that. That should be the first thing they put in them. All it takes is one time of being without power for a few days, lose all your stuff I would think, to just make the whole store go broke. That'd be a lot of money lost. So, Sugar Britches, if you go to his, you can friend request him, and then if he looks up on the left side up in the top, he'll see a red number 1, which is where the little mask, the Discord mask is. And if you click on that and then you go over to where it says pending, that will be Sugar Britches asking you to be her friend. And if you accept it, then you guys can actually talk back and forth that way as well. Do I need to get it and show? You're going to make me show you, aren't you? God damn it, Weston. All right, I'm going to do it one time. Here we go. Okay, Weston. I'm showing you the works here. Discord 101. Okay. So
Okay.
if you are on Unstable Kids, the Unstable Kids, right? And you scroll up to the top, this is how mine looks. I don't know if yours looks like that. It may look different. Did you friend request him yet, Sugar Britches? Okay. When she friend requests you, if you go up here to the left hand corner where you see my little mouse, and you click on this, this will take you to all your friends, any of your friends, and yours is probably going to be empty because you ain't going to have no direct messages. Mine is obviously I have a few direct messages, but if you go to pending right here, this is where, here, I'll even show you this one because I don't know this person. I'm not accepting his friend request. Never heard of him. I don't know. I don't even remember what community he's from, but I don't know him, so I didn't accept it. But that's where you'll find and be able to accept him, accept her friend request and a private message. Said it's sending private DMs. What I said, everyone can see the comment. No, they can't. On my comment? Yeah, what Gigi said. I see. Okay. Okay, you sent it. Okay, so do you get it, Weston? You go to this little blue guy up here, and you're going to have a red number 1, just like I have right there. And then you're going to go clear over to pending. Make sure you click pending. And then it's going to drop down. It's going to show you the red arrow. And then it'll take you. You can go to her page. You can click on it and go to her page and have a chit chat with her. How's that? He commented in general chat. Well, there's a start. Okay, so there you go. Hopefully that helps. Or I just confused the hell out of you more than you were before. Yeah. So it's FriYay, and what's everybody doing today? I mean, what's left of the day? I still have to go to the grocery store, and I don't want to. Fuck my life. And of course, I have to get ready before I can go, too. Yay! See? Woohoo! Success. So you're thinking about doing a cooking show here in a bit, Outlaw?
Yeah, I'm fixing to have to get dinner started, and then yeah, I'll sit down and get it going.
Alrighty.
My brother just saved the day by bringing chicken Alfredo in a big old pan.
Perfect. That's a good brother right there.
Oh, dude, it's so good.
Love that stuff.
Hell yeah.
I did.
Homemade too.
I did beef stroganoff. I had to use up some prime rib. I had cooked a small prime rib roast. They had them on sale a few weeks back. And so I needed to clean out a little bit of the freezer. And so I pulled one of those prime ribs out and threw it in the oven. Well, we ate it on it for a couple days, but then it was like, fuck, I'm sick of cooking it. So I made beef stroganoff with the rest of it that was left over. And usually I do it with hamburger, but this time I did it with the prime rib. Man, that was good shit. Get more of that there creamer. Oh, oh yeah, that's always my. Right now they're making the smaller jugs. They haven't been supplying us with the bigger jugs. I'm a little annoyed. So Costs me a little more every time I go in there. Like $6 a jug. It's pretty bad when your creamer costs more than the coffee does that you put in it. I mean, well, yeah. I put coffee in my creamer. So yeah. Anyways. Alrighty. Well, I think we'll wrap her up. Outlaw's going to do a cooking show in a little while. Get his dinner warmed up, all that good stuff. Thank you for coming and hanging out with me.
Oh, anytime.
Yeah, and I will see you probably at your cooking show if I get back here in time.
Yeah, it'll probably be in about another hour or so. I don't know. 30
Oh, I
minutes,
might not
20
even be gone. So I might do it while I'm doing my hairs. All right.
Nice.
Well, you have a good Friday then.
All right, guys. See you then.
All right. See you later. All right, everybody. I'm going to get off here. Thank you all for coming and hanging out with me. It's much appreciated. I think we solved at least some of the world's issues and problems. Thank you so much. Thank you, Sugar Britches. Thank you, Georgia Peach. And Sun Honey. And Big Dog Ma. And Weston. And Arby. And Mouse. And Cat. I can't name you all. There's no way I would figure out everybody. There's just no way. Mishka. Everybody. And before I go, one thing. Make sure we're keeping our prayers out there for Flatty. I know that she went for some tests the other day. The fact that I haven't seen her today makes me think she's not feeling too good. So please keep her in your prayers if you pray, in your thoughts, whatever it is. Just keep her, just pray everything's going to be fine. Love yous all. Thank you so much. And I will see you on Tuesday or in the YouTube streets. Thanks bunches.
News bulletin. Step right up, got tickets on sale. In today's episode, trains coming off the rails. Watch it all burn from the screen on your phone. But don't you worry about it, you're safe at home. Every talking head will tell you everything's fine. It's the blind leading the blind. Yeah, it's a circus out here, we're wobbling on a wire. There's a lady with a beard, clowns juggling fire. Elephants and donkeys got us jumping through hoops. Y'all wish that I was lying, but you know that is the truth. Get your popcorn ready and pour you something strong. If the world's still spinning, the shit show goes on. Well, the world's strongest man just dropped the ball, and the tent's caving in from the weight of it all. Yeah, the lion's at the cage, puppets in a rage, and the ringleader's on parade. It's a circus out here, we're wobbling on a wire. There's a lady with a beard, clowns juggling fire. Elephants and donkeys got us jumping through hoops. Y'all wish that I was lying, but you know that it's the truth. Get your popcorn ready and pour you something strong. If the world's still spinning, the shit show goes on.
Come on! Witness the greatest show on earth! Ignore the flames!
It's a circus out here, we're wobbling on a wire. There's a lady with a beard, clowns juggling fire. Elephants and donkeys got